Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Ladies, attention. All the ladies that didn't receive their tags, they are ready at the back. Your tags are ready, so please make your way up there and receive your tags. Thank you. Ase-ready ama-tags kwababengawatholanga. Siyacela sisondele kuleli tafula elisemuva. Sizofika sizakale khona. Siyabonga. Mic check. You're right. Please note, we'll start the program officially in the next 5 minutes. Sizoqala iprogram yethu kule mizuzu emihlanu elandelayo. Ungasebenzisa lesikhathi to use the toilet, it's on your left. Use this door out and then it's on your left. Just 5 minutes and then we'll officially start the program. Thank you. You can use this time, grab water if you need to. You can use the ladies, it's on your left. Thank you. Check. Ladies, your tags are ready. Mga DS, your tag is here. Msabalala J, Mkize S. Mkize S, Mga DS, Msabalala J, your tags are ready. Please collect them at the back.
That's why sign up to away. Guys, that's something. I think we can. Okay, so English was thinking the video. I want to ask these guys here because they moved the mics and all this stuff on that way. Yeah. Even the mic thing.
Can you please be seated as our guests and speakers are coming in? Can you please be seated as our guests and speakers are coming in? Ladies, may I request that all our phones are on silent for the duration of the program? Please put your phones on silent for the duration of the program. You can put it on silent just in case there's an emergency. Then you can walk out quietly to sort whatever matter you need to sort out. Siyacela ama-phones ethu siwabeke on silent for the duration of the program ukuze ingaphazamisi izinhlelo zanamhlanje. Good morning. Morning. Morning, ladies. Sanbonani. Ninjani. How are you this morning? You look beautiful. Please clap hands for yourself for looking this beautiful in the morning. Siyabonga kakhulu. Yeah, the program is officially starting. Let me just introduce our guests. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nontombeko Boyce, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tembe, Chairperson of the KZN Legislature's Women's Multi-Party Caucus, Honorable Madlopa, DDP Chairperson of the Board, Dr. Devi Rajab, DDP's Executive Director, Dr. Paul Kariuki, Chairperson of Quality of Life and the Status of Women, Honorable Masiko, Chairperson of Social Development Portfolio, Honorable Dlamini, all legislature committee chairpersons, Honorable Gamede, all members of the KZN legislature, all councillors present, Reverend Mbili, Black Search KZN Regional Manager, Ms. Ivashni Naidu, UKZN Professor of Housing, School and Social Sciences, Professor Sembiso Myeni, UKZN Acting Academic Leader for Community Engagement, Professor Zembe Zondi, leaders of the civil society organizations that are here, leaders of all women formations and youth structures, KZN legislature staff, DDP staff, all municipal officials present, members of the media, the religious sector that is here, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Good morning, Sanbonan. Sithi igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Siyabonga kakhulu. Virgin, for the national anthem. Njengoba sazi ukuthi since democracy, we have a national anthem that unites all of us. We will officially stand. Ladies, can you please all stand for the national anthem? We must also remember that for the national anthem, we don't put our hands in our chest. We just sit still and our hands are manjakonde, then we do the national anthem. Vision, we don't clap our hands after the national anthem. We have two anthems. We have straight after, we'll do the women's anthem. For now, Vision, thank you. Thank you. Can you remain standing for our women's, the women's anthem? It's for all women as we celebrate today the national, the women's day. No, that's the second one. It's an International Women's Day. This is a symbol that you respect all women in all countries, women of all colors coming from all races, and we'll just observe this national anthem. All nations, all around the world, we are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring out all along and never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women don't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and all the rights of all the people. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring out all the world and never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
equality, development, and peace. We make now our working to build a better world, where the love of peace can rest on every shore. Where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women, beware. Till we bring around the world and I see, so sing a song for women, beware. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women, beware, beware. Till we around the world and I see, so sing a song for women, beware. Equality, development, and peace.
Thank you. You may be seated. I am now going to call upon ladies. I am now going to call upon Reverend Mbili to do the opening prayer for us. Reverend Mbili, please.
Angibingelele, Honorable Boyson, Deputy Tembe, Mama Madlopa, all the legislature membership and all protocol observed. I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. My name is Mafungwa Sembili. I'm coming from KZNCC. It's a Christian council. In the province, I'm a coordinator there for women who also work in all the province. We're all in the district, we're all in the LMs, working in three things: peace building, we do advocacy, and we're also in the ground for faith to take action in GBV matters. But I'm also want to greet my councillors in Ogo District, Dolomane region, Sanbonani. We're going to get the word of God in Psalms 20. I'm just going to read 2-3 verses and then we continue. I was baptized in a Zulu language. So the Holy Spirit only lead me when I'm speaking Zulu. So bear with me on that. Let's read. May the Lord answer you in the days of trouble. May the name of God of Jacob defend you. Verse 7. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They have bowed down and fallen, but we have risen and stayed upright. I'm just going to briefly share the word of God under the theme, we are still standing. We are still standing. Today we're celebrating the Women's Day. I just want to celebrate two people that we had that they've done it. We celebrate Sarah Harry, who is now the Archbishop of Anglican Church. We celebrate as a woman who's still standing. We celebrate our clergy, chaplain, who is the first chaplain as a woman in the province. We are still standing. We celebrate all the clergy women, all the women in the parliament who are still standing and fighting and still standing. The scripture that I've read, it's the Psalms of Royal House. It's the Psalms that has been sung when two incidents happened. The first time when the Psalms got to sing is when the king and the army are going to the battlefield. This song, bazolcula behlabelela bekhuleka ukuthi inkosi ihambe iyolwa kahle impi. The second time when the Psalms has been sang, it's when there is a coronation of the king. Uma ngabe kuzogcotshwa inkosi, leli hubo belihlabelela ukubonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi leyo nkosi impi ezobhekana nayo ilikhumbule leli hubo. But namhlanje ngilihlabelela noma ngifisa silihlabelele because as the queen and the princess of the kingdom of God, I want us to sing the song boldly. I want us to sing the psalm proudly. Ukuthi kuzo zonke izinto esidlule kuzo, we are still standing. We are still standing because there was a fight, but we are still standing because sithembele uNkulunkulu. Two things that I want to share. Kuleli kubo bese ngihlala phansi. Uma ngabe ufunda from verse 1 to verse 4, it's sing about the women or the congregant who are coming together, come and sing and praise to the Lord. Bayahlangana abantu besifazane njengoba sesihlangene ngenxa yakho Jesu, simile nje ngenxa yakho Jesu. Bahlangene bokhuleka kuNkulunkulu ukuthi nayi isiyaqala iyaqhubeka, uNkulunkulu yibakanye nathi. Kodwa uma ngabe uqhubeka nalo ufika ku verse 3, esahlabelela laba bahlabelelayo, there is a word elithi sela. A word sela, I was a chorister in varsity. A word sela lisho a music dictation. When the music has been sang, then we had to pause and keep quiet. Kulo mhlabeleli abawenzayo noma kuleli culo abalihlabelelayo bebonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi uhambe nabo, usazohamba nabo, bafike esikhathini sokuthi kufanele bathule sebe reflecta ukuthi uNkulunkulu adlulisephi. We were singing, namhlanje we're here to celebrate the International Women. But for a second, let's pause and think and look back, where are we coming from? As the women of the country, as the women of the world, as the women of South Africa and the women of the province, let's pause and see where we've been and where we are now. What we've been achieved, what we've been lacking in, what we've been fighting for, what we've been won. Let's pause and achieve. But also ngikhuluma nomama abahlale noma impilo ingemnandi. Ngifisa ureflect ebumva, ubheke otabaka ikhonjwa, ubheke otandokazi, ubheke izingane zakho obucabanga ukuthi kusasa lazo lizoba lihle, namhlanje amagama ashintshiwe, akusebona othando lwethu kodwa sebebiza ngamaphara, but you are still standing. Ngifisa ureflect ubheke emuva uma ngabe you went to the doctor, udokotela wa declare ukuthi une cancer as a woman, one of your groups you've lost your hair, but let's reflect and go back, but you are still standing. Ngifisa ubheke emuva when the COVID ishayile kwalimala abantu, kwafa abantu baphelele umsebenzi, but you are still standing. Let's reflect and go back. Ukuthi uNkulunkulu kwenzeleni, ukuthi la ukhona ufike kanjani, ukuthi la ukhona udlula nini ukuze ube khona la ukhona. You are still standing because God was with you. Last verse. Uthi verse 7, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of our Lord God. Angilungise la. Uma ngabe leli bandla liyokhuleka kuNkulunkulu, kunama group, there are 3 groups. The first group, they trust in chariots. The second group, they trust in horses. But there is a third group in verse 7b that says, we trust in the Lord. These all 3 groups, they went to prayer, to pray and to worship the Lord. There are things that they trust. There are things that they rely to. There are things that they boast about. All these 3 groups, they have things. The first one, but they rely on chariots. Okay, it's good. Very ngola, when you go to the war, they take you to the war. You fight the war and they take you back home. Whether you are injured or not injured, they carry you back. So the chariots are good to trust on them. But there's a second group who trust in the horses. Again, those groups are also okay to trust in the horses, because maybe before they fought the battle with those horses and they won the battle. So ingakho bewathemba lamahashi ngoba akabawinisa ini. Kuhle nabo futhi ukuthi bawathemba amahashi. Uma ngabe kade uyolwimpi, ihashi liyakuthatha likise empini, ufike uyilwimpi uyiqede. Uma sewulwile, thatha bakugibeze phezu kwehashi, ihashi likubuyisele ekhaya. Kodwa inkinga yami ababili abathemba ama-chariots namahashi, kufika isikhathi where the chariots get rust. There is a time where the chariot can carry your weight. There is a time where chariots, when war iba ngamandla, they run away and you left alone. Ingasekho into yokuthwala ikubuyisele ekhaya. But I love the last group. The last group, we trust in the Lord, our Lord God. Why these 2 people trust the chariots? Umuzokhumbula kahle uma ngabe uIsrael uNkulunkulu esawukhiphile eGibhithe, ufika isikhathi la uIsrael athi khona ufuna ukuba neyawo inkosi. uNkulunkulu uthi kulungile ke, if you want to have your own king, kunezinto ekuzofanele nizibheke kunenkosi ezoniphatha. Ayibali izinto azibalayo, sebali izinto ezimbili uNkulunkulu bantwana bakwaIsrayeli. That king, I don't want them to have chariots. I don't want them to have many horses. Why uNkulunkulu didn't want the king to have many horses? Why uNkulunkulu didn't want the king not to have more chariots? It's because chariots are associated with power and money. So uNkulunkulu abuka ukuthi if they fight and I make them win, they will think it's because of their power. If I make them fight, if I stand with them, bayilwimpi, uma sebewinile bazocabanga ukuthi bekungamandla abo, bebazocabanga ukuthi kungenxa yemali yabo. Akungamandla, akungamali, kungenxa kaNkulunkulu esincike kuye. We are still standing because God is our God. Let's pray. Baba wethu oyingcwele. uNkulunkulu othembekile noNkulunkulu mayo. Imana ama leaders ethu baba wethu oyingcwele. La isimo siphakama ibanabo dwala lensindiso yethu. Sethembe bona uNkulunkulu ezikhundleni obabeke kuzo ukuthi basilide singabe sifazane bendawo. Sethembe kubo uNkulunkulu kuzwa imiyalelo bese sigijima uNkulunkulu singabhekile emumva. Sincike kuwe dwala lensindiso yethu. Sizawuma nokuma ngoba wena Nkosi unathi. Amen.
So, do you have anyone in the room who can pray for us? Just a minute, 2 minutes in Hindu or Muslim? Anyone? Okay, we are covered. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu, Reverend Billy. Siyabonga. I'd like for us just for a minute or 30 seconds to observe a moment of silence for all the women that have died from cancer and all dread diseases, from the women that have died from gender-based violence, the women that are sitting at home, Mama Kinga, whether it's psychological or emotional issues, just to honor them and remember them, just for 2 minutes. Siyabonga. Ladies, please, your phones, please keep your phones on silent so that mabekdinga kukhona okuphuthumayo, then you are able to go outside and answer your calls. Please put all your phones on silent. Ukwazi ukuyibona mayiringa so that you can see it when it rings, and then you can just slowly, smoothly go outside and answer your phone. Thank you, ladies, as you are about to respect the space that you are in. I'd like to call upon Dr. Paul Kariuki from the DDP's Executive Director. Can you please give him a round of applause? Thank you, Dr. Paul, for always ensuring that you respect the space for women. You always fundraise so that we do the work of the women in the organization. Siyabonga kakhulu, you are indeed one of the good men. Siyabonga, Dr. Paul, over to you.
Oh, wow, that's so encouraging. I think I should call my wife. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the gentlemen that are in the room, a few of us, we're very honored to be part of this very important event that is in our calendar, and we share this calendar together with the Women Multi-Party Women Caucus, led by Honorable Madlopa. And this journey always excites us as a team. I was able to transmit the same joy to the team because the first time we started this initiative together with the Multi-Party Women Caucus, I don't think any of us had foreseen it to be where it is today. And our growth has been very palpable. But before I proceed on, I would like to stand on the protocols already discussed by my colleague, but also just to mention specifically that we're very honored to have Honorable Speaker here and her deputy and the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women Caucus and all the leaders that have joined us from different spaces out of this province to be here with us, out of the city, sorry, to be with us. This event is not just an event on our calendar. We mean what we do here, that women, our world is not complete until our women have an opportunity to influence decision-making processes and everything in between. And having the leadership of the province legislature in the room is a testament that we've been on that journey with a lot of intent. And as my colleague has just said, I really do get out of the way to make sure that we have resources to make this work happen. And I think also that it's important to mention that the support that we've received from the Women Caucus led by Honorable Malshopa has been extremely profound. We've done quite a few things together that sometimes when I look back and when we are doing our reporting, none of us could even share. I'm sure she would not have foreseen what we've done. We've not only created moments like this where we create opportunities to engage, but also to support each other's work in the different spaces where we are able to do that. And even more importantly, creating opportunities to do benchmarking trips, which we connect other women caucuses on our continent, one women caucus at a time. And so far we have done 4 countries, and we're hoping that this year we're also going to do another country as a benchmarking trip. And this is important to show that the women of our continent are facing the same giants like we're facing them here. But the resilience, as we've just been told, is amazing. Across any country you go and meet women from those countries, irrespective of their conditions and the status that they experience in those countries, there is one thing that is very, very prominent, and that is their resilience to continue pushing the frontiers of development, to continue pushing the frontiers of social justice, and more importantly, to stand and make their voice heard. Now, to some extent, that has been cliches that most people in this room will be able to resonate with. But let me tell you, in this room, led by our Honorable Speaker and our Deputy and the team, Honorable Mashopa, this has moved beyond cliches. It's really making the work happen. And if you follow closely the work that they're doing as a legislature, you will notice that as a province, we are led. These women have taken their position seriously, and they're not speaking for themselves. They're speaking for every woman on our province and even in our nation. And I think we owe them a round of applause. It is amazing. It's heartwarming for me to see the journey we've traveled together and see finally what they're doing in practice is what we've been learning. And so my thoughts as a lead the DDP team in this work is that we are committed. We've never allowed money to be an issue to stop us from doing the work that we do together. If I have to go and knock any other door, I will do exactly that. I'm already raising money for next year. Because it has to continue. It has to continue. And for me, the sustenance of this work is the commitment that we see in this room. Money will always follow a vision, not the other way around. And when there is commitment to actualize a vision, somehow along the line, money comes through. And so for the last 4 or so years, this relationship has grown from a workshop in one of the rooms in this hotel to a continental engagement where we're moving from one country to the next, connecting women caucuses and giving solidarity to one another. And to the extent that we have remained in an active partnership together with Multi-Party Women Caucus. I must say those I'm very, very grateful for the team from DDP and the team from the legislature led by Ms. Bongo. I know she's somewhere in this room, and her entire team that worked very tirelessly and hard to get this work done. I think we owe them a round of applause. I was actually told they left this hotel last night around 8 p.m. just to make sure that everything goes well. I can tell you that we cannot achieve this on our own, and we dare not make that mistake. And so the partnership that we have thriving today and celebrating today is based on our shared values, not only just because we're seeking to elevate the voices of women in society, but also to create platforms that are genuine, authentic, and very, very actionable. We have translated these conversations from a conversation into this room to really action work on the ground and meeting with other women and other communities who may not be in this room, including those who have joined us online. We still envision a society where inclusivity is not just a thought, it's a reality. We envision a society where fairness exists, not because of our agendas, but because it's the right thing to do. And we also envision a society where inclusion is not just a political imperative, it's a societal imperative. And so for that commitment, we are very honored to partner together with the legislature to make those realities a lived reality on a daily basis. So I leave you with this thought. We can only be free as a society when women are given their rightful space and supported by everyone, men included. And I thank God that DDP, together with the legislature, we're trying our best to make sure that that kind of reality moves beyond political realms and becomes a societal norm. And so on behalf of the DDP team and on behalf of our chair who's going to be sharing a few thoughts with us today, Please feel welcome, engage, and enjoy our hospitality. Thank you.
Applause again, once more for Dr. Paul. Thank you, colleagues. Dr. Paul, thank you so much. May the money come so that we do many more of these programs. And the good thing is that you also make sure that we go to the communities, we don't end up in the hotel setting, that we speak about gender equality at the community level. We speak about the participation of women in the political space. Because for us as DDP, it's for women to participate. It doesn't matter which political party you participate under. But the important thing is that as women, you go to the spaces of the politics, you engage and you contest the space. We are going to the local government elections, and we hope that we'll see many more women contesting the space, and we'll see many more women becoming the mayors. Because KwaZulu-Natal, as the statistics stand, we've got less than 5 female mayors. So we've got a long way to go as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga kakhulu, Dr. Paul. I'm going to call upon the Honorable Speaker of the KZN Women's Caucus, the Multi-Party Caucus, the women that developed this partnership. Yes. Not as yet. Ngifuna ukuthi it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years when you came to DDP and you developed this partnership. It's been a milestone, a positive one, from traveling the SADC countries to bring all the women in the political space to see and learn from one another. Ukuthi-ke yini esingayithatha manje siyisebenzisa from KwaZulu-Natal to South Africa as a whole. Can you please give a round of applause to Honorable Madlopa, KZN chairperson of the Women's Caucus, eseza ngaphambili ezosenzela the opening remarks. Honorable Madlopa, over to you.
Program Director, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nontembeko Boise, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sorry kancane la bekumuntu omude la. Yayibona ama challenges wethu as women. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for your support. Greetings also to the chairperson of DDP, our partner, Dr. Paul, my brother. Hey, I'm looking back where we come from. That's the first day that we're sitting down. I never thought that this work, this partnership will grow from strength to strength, especially because a person that came to us was a male counterpart. We thought that, no, it's just coming because it's a work. We did not know that you are deep in the fight for women and gender equality and women representation in different spheres of life. So we really appreciate you took us and you introduced us to the chairperson of DDP, Dr. Dave Raja. I remember that conference that you invited me in to do the message of support where I met the chairperson of DDP. We really appreciate the support, chairperson, that you pushed for this multi-party women's caucus and DDP to work together for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, for the people of our country, for the SADC region, for the continent of Africa and the world. So we really appreciate. I think let us give a big round of applause to also Sinomfana omncane la wakwa DDP, sinozandile Mbongwa. Lo msebenzi lo wethu sasingeke sikwazi ukuhlangana kanje engekho uZandile. uZandile who is passionate about umsebenzi wakhe omvusa ngisho ngo-12 avuke athi sihlalo sengibathintile nakho kwenzakalayo. Ngiyafisa ukuthi siwabonge istaff esisupportayo. Umbali ke hayi isikhwishikhwishi sakhona naso kwa DDP. Asibanikeze ihlombe ngoba le support esinayo is through bona ukuyaphila. Bese ngibonga abefundisi nabo siba recognize sebesikhulekele kahle bathi noma ama challenges sinawo njengabantu besifazane but we are still standing. Ngiyafisa ukubingelela abahlonishwa besishamthetho bonke abakhona la. Ngiyababona phelele emsebenzini wabo ngoba lo msebenzi akuwona okaSihlalo, umsebenzi esibambisene nawo nabantu bonke abakwisishayamthetho besifazane ngaphandle kokubheka inhlangano abavela kuzona. Thina sisebenza ndawonye and we'll continue working together singaphandle kokuthi sibheke lapho abantu bevela khona. Having said that, nonke siyanrecognize ikakhulukazi amakhansela ethu asogwini aseThekwini nabefundisi esibamenile be-KZNCC besifazane ukuthi nabo ababe kunye nathi. Siyafisa ukuthi siba recognize sibonge ipresence yabo nesupport ekhona la ngaphakathi. Having said that, program director, today I want to celebrate all women over the globe, the good mothers, the struggling mothers, the strong women, even those that make mistakes, but they are still trying to correct. I want to celebrate with you in this 2026 International Women's Day commemoration convened under the banner of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature as well as DDP as our strategic partner. Today is not simply about celebration. It is about commitment. It is about recognizing that quality must be lived experience, not merely a principle we speak about once a year. Celebration is important, but transformation is urgent. International Women's Day, observed annually on the 8th of March, reminds us of the courageous women who fought for labor rights, voting rights, dignity of women, and recognition of the women. Honorable Speaker, the freedoms we enjoy today were not handed to us. They were earned through sacrifice and solidarity. That history places a responsibility on all of us today. Honorable Speaker and the chairperson of the program, the 2026 global theme, rights, justice, action for all women and girls, challenges us to move beyond words. It calls on us to ensure that women's rights are not only protected in law, but realized in daily life. Honorable Chairperson, justice must not be selective. Action must not be symbolic. It must be measurable, inclusive, and visible in our communities. We gather at a time when decisive leadership is required. National data continues to show that gender-based violence remains one of the most pressing challenges facing women
because
in
of
our
the
country.
challenge of the laptop.
The majority of South Africans support equal opportunities for women in work, like Dr. Paul, land ownership and political leadership. This tells us something powerful. Our communities believe in equality. They expect it. They demand it. Yet many women still feel unsafe in their homes, workplaces, school and public spaces. Survivors of violence often face delayed investigations, inadequate support, and lengthy court processes. Laws exist, policies exist, but implementation remains a greatest test in our province and in our country and the world, because this is International Women's Day. That's why the theme that we are having today is not only for KwaZulu-Natal or South Africa, it's for the world, because the challenges faced by the women, it's fine, it's the same globally. The call for stronger action goes beyond policy. It requires trained officers, survivor-centered approaches, stronger prosecution, efficient case management, and real accountability. Justice institutions must function decisively and compassionately if we are to restore trust and protect women and girls. As women leaders, we carry a dual responsibility. We are representative and trusted with governance and service delivery, but are also symbol of possibility. Our presence in leadership affirms that women belong in decision-making spaces. Honorable Chair, today's gathering of councillors from Umdoni, Reikonyeni, Umzwabantu, Umzumbe, eThekwini, and members of the multi-party women's caucus and the pastors that are with us are powerful messages. Women's leadership in local government is not peripheral. It is central to building accountable and responsive municipality. Our purpose today is clear, is to celebrate the contribution of women in politics. Again, is to strengthen dialogue on the rights, justice, and accountability, to deepen mentorship and solidarity in all the structures of women and civil society, and also is to align our local efforts with the broader global movement for equality. The program themes we engage with today speak directly to our reality. Right in practice reminds us that gender-responsive governance is not optional. It is a constitutional and moral obligation. Policies and budgets must reflect the lived experiences of women and girls. Justice for all women and girls asks us whether our municipalities are truly safe and accountable. Action through leadership reminds us the leadership is about courage and influence, shaping priorities, championing reforms, and driving measurable change. And solidarity and sustainability reminds us that none of us rises alone. The women's movement is strongest when it is united across generations, across party lines, and across political lines. The Multi-Women's Caucus understands that under gender equality is not a partisan issue, it is a justice issue. While we may represent different political parties, we share a common responsibilities to advance women's rights. As we reflect on the journey since 1995, Beijing Conference, we acknowledge the progress made, more women in leadership, stronger legal protections, greater recognitions of women, rights of women are human rights. But we must also acknowledge the work that remains. Gender-based violence persists, economic inequality continues, access to justice remains uneven. So today we move beyond celebration to accountability. Partnership with the Democracy Development Program has strengthened our capacity, investing not just in events, but in institutional growth. Last year's inaugural Women's Forum in eThekwini laid a foundation today. We expand that foundation to include more districts, broadening our impact. As we engage today, colleagues, let us be honest. let's be solution orientated. Let us identify barriers without fear and live with practical recommendations that can be implemented in our councils and in our legislatures, in our parliaments. International Women's Day must not, and as a photograph in an annual report, it must translate into stronger policies, safer communities, confident women leaders, and measurable progress in the lives of our women and the girls. If we truly commit to rights, justice, action for all women and girls, then let us build institutions where every woman and a girl knows their rights matters, her voice matters, and her leadership matters. In conclusion, Chairperson, let us carry this torch with both pride and urgency. Let us today strengthen our solidarity and reaffirm our shared responsibility to build municipalities that are inclusive, accountable, and responsive. Chairperson, today, as we are going for local government, we are making a call as multi-party women's caucus for all the communities, for all people, irrespective of gender, race, to support women to be part of this local government election and becomes the leaders, because we know that if women are part of governments, they are going to prioritize issues that are affecting us as a society. If women fight for something, they don't fight something for their own, and they fight something for the society. If we say we need water, it's not that because water is for us as women, it is because all of us, we need it. If we are saying we need electricity, it's not that because electricity is used by women, but it's used by the whole family. What we fight for everybody. That's why as multi-party women's caucus, we said we can't walk alone. We can't leave religious leadership behind. They must work with us. They must raise in the church, in the platforms for women. What are the women of KwaZulu-Natal doing? That's why today we have got religious. Give them a big round of applause. Let's pray. Most of the people see evil people. We are not evil. We are fighting for our communities. We are working hard to change the lives of our people for the better. We invite everyone. And act urgently. We can't. Ngeke sakubukela phansi lokho. Kusinikeza umdlandla wokuthi makunomuntu wesifazane leader mangabe approacher enter urgently. Thank you very much. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mandoka, Siyabonga kakhulu, and for the work of the legislature, also led by both female speakers that are in the legislature. Siyabonga kakhulu. We are celebrating 50 70 years, sorry. Ngicabanga le- 70 years. Have a responsibility in the society with women. And women have contributed so much in the past. Even though siyazi ukuthi thina abantu abamnyama izinto eziningi bese ngayibhali phansi. So we don't have records, proper records of the contributions of women from different races, because in the march there were different races, different political parties, where women came together to say siyayivala manje ixoxwaso kwabantu ngokuhlanga. Siyabonga kakhulu, Stan. Would like to call upon DDP's chairperson of the board, Dr. Devi Rajab. Thank you, Dr. Devi, for your contribution and always making sure that you prioritize the work of women. I think you can even see in the organization how many women are working as staff members at the DDP. Can you please give Dr. Devi Rajab a Thank you. A round of applause once more for Dr. Devi.
Great. It's always great to be here and also to see what a wonderful diversity of women that we have here gathered today. It's truly remarkable. I think we've started something, the Multi-Party Democracy Caucus. Well done to you, because often we speak, but very little action. And so now this is a kernel that's growing. Can you see this wonderful kernel? And you have prayed so beautifully for us today. Thank you, thank you. And of course, as for Paul, I would like to give him an honorary male status, woman status. We always need a good man, right? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so as chair of DDP, I would like to say that it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all here today, our sisters from KwaZulu-Natal Legislature on this occasion, a very important and significant initiative, Justice Per. The conceptualizers of this program need to be congratulated, and they have very good foresight, they have a positive outlook, and it behoves the rest of us to make sure that this engine never stops moving. Talking about never stop moving, I glanced across my table. I saw the representative of Black Sash, and I thought, Black Sash? Did we still need it today? Anyway, here we are. So Justice Per is a call to center women's rights as a measure of a just society, recognizing that true justice means dismantling legal, economic, cultural, structural barriers that silence, that marginalize, and that endanger women. We have the best constitution in the world, which is lying on parliamentary shelves, gathering dust. Today, it is time to dust it off, open the pages, read it, understand it, spread its knowledge, and execute it to all the people of this country. To this end, my grandchildren and I have written a children's book entitled We, the Children of South Africa. It's a guide to the Constitution of South Africa. 20,000 have been distributed to the schools. And what we didn't have money to put it together. So we got organizations like Johnson's, and we said, would you buy to put in the local KwaZulu-Natal schools? Then my husband got other organizations. Different people came together to support the project. And the project is still ongoing. I took it to Constitutional Hill, and they have not even been able to produce a book for children. So they're buying from us.
Nothing.
Anyway,
Important.
the point is that we'd like to share with you. And there are books available. We'll get sponsors if you need them. Although the conference theme today is about widening access to women, it is imperative that we enable an entire nation to include men, because women do not function in a gender-neutral monoculture world. Unless we educate our men, our future is hand-blocked by the non-liberation of our men. The reality is that globally, patriarchy is the dominant characteristic that unites all cultures to varying degrees of disempowerment, as the last speaker so eloquently said. The girl child has over centuries been burdened by religious, cultural, social practices which make our demand for absolute equality a pipe dream. They are still mutilating the girl child in parts of Africa. The best ammunition, however, lies in the law and its enforcement. So what are the challenges and barriers that obstruct us in our struggle? The first challenge is male hegemony. Let me give you a case study when I talk about male hegemony. The Judge President Selby Mbengena's case is an example of male hegemony and sexual harassment in the workplace. Too many women today struggle with the issue which thwarts their ambition and leaves them with fear of loss of employment and social stigma. I will elaborate a little bit more as we go about male hegemony. So unless we educate our men, they are going to stifle us quite a bit. The next issue, the next barrier is literacy. Literacy is one of the main obstacles to the development of a vibrant democracy in our country. Literacy rates in South Africa are estimated to be the lowest in Africa. If 10 million of our adult population remain poorly educated and lack the basic knowledge and skills necessary for active participation in our society, can we really say that we have a true democracy? There are several representatives, even on local councils, who are wise, but they are functionally illiterate and therefore unable to read the minutes of the meetings. Though they may have democratically been elected to these positions by their constituencies, how would it have been possible for them to undertake their duties meaningfully and to do it to the optimum level without being able to read? I think we have to even check McKinsey at the moment. Further apartheid, the third factor, so there's illiteracy, male hegemony, illiteracy, and the third very important factor is how apartheid impoverished and restricted the full participation of the masses in everyday life. Apartheid wrecked families, it wrecked communities, and left people bereft of land. The implications of this history cannot be overlooked in trying to overcome inequalities overnight. That is a real issue. Institutional wolves, that's what I call them, like banks, some insurance companies, offering policies like funeral policies and legal aid to domestic workers who can ill afford these offerings, need to be seriously investigated. In our home setup, we found that our housekeeper borrowed money from the bank without telling us. And when my husband checked on why she was struggling, he found that she had taken interest on that loan was 29%. So
What?
we paid off the loan. We contacted the ombudsman. We reported that nobody pays 29%. The richest person doesn't pay 29% on a loan. And how many masses of women, illiterate African women, are under this? That needs to be investigated very seriously. And then in another situation, so that is an ongoing thing. We decided we must follow it up legally. So that my husband is actually doing. The next thing is clientele. Clientele is selling a legal policy to domestic workers. And this poor woman is paying 500 Rand a month. I say to her, why do you need a lawyer? She said, well, I wasn't sure, but it sounded good. Now she can't get rid of it easily. We have to write lawyers' letters. Another thing that keeps women down is people who come and set themselves up in the churches and say, we all trust each other in the church. Let us tell you that if you invest 10,000, you in 6 months will get 30,000. You know how many women have been doing that? And then the scheme goes down. So legally, recently, we wrote a letter on behalf of this woman. After 2 years, she had not got her money back. The senior council in Johannesburg sent a letter and the money came back last week. Now, can you imagine how we have to help each other? If we're lawyers in the home, we have to help each other. We have to take a small issue and make a big issue out of it. We gather today under a simple, powerful demand: justice heard. This is more than a slogan. It is a commitment to take action to empower ourselves as a fraternity of women. We are powerful women here today. We need to use our power to uplift other women. In this regard, one may cite the proud examples of our African sisters in like Wangari Maathai, the first African woman to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Maathai played active part in democracy in Kenya. In 1977, she started grassroots movement aimed at deforestation that was threatening the means of subsistence of agricultural population. And what was the campaign? Plant a tree. Plant a tree. Who can't do that? But what a clever woman. She carried on and produced the green belt. Can we not do something like that? We can. Which included democracy, women's rights, international solidarity, and in the words of the Nobel Peace Prize, they said, she thinks globally, but she acts locally. So think about things. Another example is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Africa's first democratically elected female head of state. She was elected 2 years after Liberia's decade-long civil war came to an end, and she promoted democracy, peace, justice, and empowerment. So Sirleaf is another woman who started the Hamujai initiative, which means rise up. The third woman in Egypt is Jahan Sadat, the wife of Anwar Sadat. What did she do? She found women in the rural Tala district. If I can buy time, I will buy it. And she got them in sewing machines. She started a cooperative, and she empowered these women with the sewing machine. And so my question is there such a thing as a sisterhood among women. There's a most wonderful scene in Johnny Steinberg's book, Winnie and Nelson, A Portrait of Marriage, where Fatima Mir, Winnie Mandela's closest friend and political ally, crawls on her knees and begs Nelson not to divorce Winnie. This act of sisterhood is what we all aspire for in our emancipation as women beyond race, beyond color, beyond class, beyond religion and nationality. And yet the notion of a universal sisterhood is an elusive goal on account of the intersectionality of class and race. And so in every society on this planet, we find that the male species is undeniably more privileged, more united. They have a common bond. They have a brotherhood that is stronger than a sisterhood. In her book entitled The Twisted Sisterhood, Unraveling the Dark Legacy of Female Friendship, Kelly Valen found that a great number of women described their relationships with other women as being superficial, behind frozen smiles and a facade of intimacy. She notes that the battle waged beneath the surfaces was so merciless that women felt unsafe with each other. So why don't women support each other in the workplace? And so I know I have to go, but one last thing, because I have been around quite a bit, I wanted to share with you that things have changed. Because when I came here from America with a Fulbright scholarship, I could not sell my labor anywhere. I had no job. I could only sell it at an ethnic institution. And so I worked in a lecturing position. And of course, they didn't want to give it to me. And the rector said that the male is a breadwinner. And I said to him, my father paid the same amount of fees for me as the male's father paid for him. So anyway, at some point, I got a temporary position. And the temporary position at that time was women were temporary, married women. Second, there was a hierarchy. White women got paid more than colored women. Colored women got paid more than Indian women. Indian women got paid more than Black women. And the hierarchy went for the same qualifications. Anyway, I lost the job, long story, lost the job, nowhere to go. I took the issue to court. And then took it to the American Psychological Association in Holland, where they said, you must do a class action suit. How was I to find like-minded academic women at the time to support me? They were scared. My sisters were afraid, and they kept away from me. It was a lonely time. No sister came to my side. And I'll lose all my sisters now if I do listen to did I learn? What lesson did I learn? So the lesson that I learned was that you had to be strong. You have to fight pretty much your battle on your own. You have to have more than one string in your bow. So when one thing goes, you got another thing. Right. And yet, though we as a society have had so many opportunities to raise our voices in protest against gender oppression, we seem to have slunk away. Let's look at the case of Judge President Shlope. The senior counsel that represented him, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but I'm embarrassingly mentioning, happened to be my daughter, Nasreen Badlender, senior counsel, who did the case pro bono for the young girl, Begeni. And on the other side, you had a whole male team who were asking, what is this thing about culture. Culture is something that allows us to do this to our women. Okay. So that is why I say that as we deliberate on this International Women's Day for Rights and Justice, the question arises as to whether South African women have developed a common cause with a broader notion of sisterhood. Is there a significant change from the apartheid days? And I must leave because I am. I know you're very passionate about this, so we do understand. Second. We are now going to call upon the chairperson of the Social Development Committee, Honorable Dlamini, to introduce the guests and honor all the guests that are here today. Can you please give a round of applause?
Virgin, one of the guys, please, quickly. Gentlemen, shout out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director, Umam for the opportunity that you have given to me to introduce the multi-party women's focus leadership. But I want to acknowledge them by standing up so that everyone will see who is the guest in this program. So I will start by requesting our Reverend Mafungwa Assembly to stand up. Dr. Paul. The chairperson for quality of life, or Mrs. Fikile Masiko Chaz. Dr. Devi. Chairperson for DDP, thank you. The Deputy Speaker of KZN Legislature, or Ms. Embe. Or Ms. Honorable P.N. Gamede.
Your chance. Yes, your chance.
Our Secretary, or Ms. Naidu.
So if it's too much, thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu engabathulanga bazokwethulwa ngohlelo lakho oluqondile. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Sweets. I said to me now, very well, Sala Wagatami. Thank you very much. A round of applause once more for Honorable Dlamini. Can you please call upon Honorable Madopa to come and introduce the Deputy Speaker, and we'll have the official address from Honorable Speaker and voice. And yeah, a round of applause. Honorable. Yeah, that's me.
I go, let's go. Yes, I will.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Program Director, as we have indicated that we do have the leadership of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. Sizocela sibize la Deputy Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. That the way to that joint Mama esikhathini sakhe se-youth. Ubeloke hamba nathi efika kwi-6th administration esuka emakhanseleni, uyawazi amakhansela okuyiwona athwalayo kakhulu. Sizocela Deputy Speaker asethulele uSpeaker wesishayamthetho kwaZulu-Natal ngoba akekho ongangayi ongakwazi ukuthi amethule ngaphandle ka-Deputy Speaker u-Honourable Dembe. Over to you, ma'am.
Sanibonani. Ngathina abafazi. Ngathina ibokodo. Wathinta abafazi. Ngathina ibokodo. Sanibonani to all the wonderful women who are here today. As the Deputy Speaker, ngihamba namalungu esishayamthetho. I'm not going to name all of them. Can I please just ask them to stand for their acknowledgement in the room? Maybe. But the MPLs, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the amazing women of the multi-party Women's Caucus. Please give them a round of applause. I'm here to introduce the Honourable Speaker, which is my absolute pleasure, Honourable Notembe or Notemba Voice, who is a seasoned gender activist, distinguished and deeply respected leader, currently serving as a Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal. She holds the following academic qualifications, which she hates me naming, but we must name an incredible leader. A senior primary teacher's diploma from the College of Education, BTech in Education Management from TUT, an advanced certificate in leadership, a postgraduate diploma in governance from BITS, and she has just recently completed her master's degree in management, specialized in governance with the Wits University. Her research focused on oversight interventions in local government in South Africa, and she's currently in her beginning stages of a PhD. Let us shake it quickly. I to also say that she has increased my want to study now further. Honourable Voice has served in various positions of the branch of the South African Democratic Teachers Union, as well in various structures in the mass democratic movement. She is currently a serving member of the African National Congress, PTT, and she has served as a councillor in the Ubud District Municipality, whilst also working as ANC KZN Legislature Caucus Manager as well. She was a sworn-in member of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature in 2014 and was deployed as the Deputy Chief Whip and then the Chief Whip of the ANC in the legislature, where I think her qualities earned her admiration across all the party lines. During the fifth legislature term, she has represented the legislature in various international delegations, including the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's Africa Regional Meeting in Nigeria, as well as the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Bangladesh, both held in 2017. And following the 2019 general elections, Honourable Boyce was elected as Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature and served as the National Speakers Forum Core Business Reference Group. She has also led the KZN delegation to the CPA Africa Regional Meeting in Zanzibar, as well as the CPC held in Uganda. She serves in the Project Advisory Group as the chairperson representing the CPA and the associated organization South Africa Parliament Institute, representing speakers in the sixth term. She was then re-elected as a seventh-term speaker in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature following the 2024 general elections. Honourable Boyce was a former member of the CPA Exco and the Africa Region Budget and Finance Committee. Can we give another round of applause?
Can you please stand? The speaker is coming to the front.
The Honourable Speaker throughout her career has built a reputation of fairness and courage. Her leadership has been recognized for strengthening democratic process, promoting accountability and the legislative process. She is a passionate advocate for women's empowerment, mentoring young girls. She even did that on her 50th birthday.
and championing greater representation for women and representation in leadership, which I'm very sure she's going to speak about today. Please, may you take this honor with me in welcoming Honorable Voice.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings to the program director. Yeah, Cortes. The program director, the chairperson, the chairperson of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature's Multi-Party Women's Caucus, and the CWP Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians KwaZulu-Natal Chapter Chairperson, Honorable Celiwe Kemba Queen. The Deputy Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable Mabatu Tembe, the Chairperson of the DDP Board, the doctor who spoke earlier, the leadership of DDP, the Chairperson of the Quality of Life, the Chairperson of the Social Development, the Secretary of the Legislature, the members of the Steering Committee of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, the members of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, including the Chairperson of the Premier and Community Safety Portfolio Committee, the esteemed speakers that will be speaking here, the leaders of faith, this coming Sunday. The sisters in Christ, the women's caucuses from the various municipalities, where I am a resident. The mayor of Mjoli local municipality, and all the women that are here, Tiani Mulisa. There is a woman I'm told here that is here, that when I dress up nicely on Sunday, she will also be dressing up nicely the same way. I am told that that woman every other weekend, when I cheer for the goalkeeper, #1 of the Republic of South Africa, of Bafana Bafana, even when Bafana Bafana is not playing, I'm told that that sister also cheers. So I want to greet you, my dear sister and all sisters. You know, honorable guests, International Women's Day seems sometimes in South Africa as if we water it down. We sometimes even don't gather as women. But I want to say that the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, have ensured that even if you may have watered it down, you will have an opportunity to gather together as women. But importantly, without them reaching out beyond their limitations and confines and make strides to bring partners of the same mind. In this instance, the DDP. We may not have been able to even gather in most instances, because as you know that when it comes to public financing, and we are told that we must tighten the belt, some of the things that should be the core seen as being at the periphery, including issues of women and development. But through substantive partnership that we are able to do that. Now, were it not that, we wouldn't have been here today as women of South Africa. 50 years since young women of South Africa ran the streets of Soweto wearing their uniform, being counted as activists amongst the youth of 1976. If we didn't have a women's caucus like ours, we wouldn't have been here 70 years since the women of South Africa, without this gathering, we would not be even having an opportunity to remember that, by the way, since the women in parliaments that were democratic made it happen that we have a constitution that speaks of equality and non-sexist South Africa. Have the DS gathered and adopted a constitution which enshrines equality, dignity, and freedom for all, including women, we would not be here. So we want to start by appreciating the work of the Women's Caucus and the partnership that they have. We want to say to DDP, you add value. When we are assessed as an institution, we are assessed without you being there. But you must know that whatever becomes the assessment by the society, you must know that it's you to also make it possible. We appreciate that. But importantly, today, as we are commemorating the Women's Day, International Women's Day, 70 years since the historic 1956 march, we also want to say to the courageous women of today who are leading as academics, others as politicians, others in their separate industries, the journey could not have been fulfilled without you, like the 1956 heroines, are part of the current generation. Whilst the 1956 heroines were a generation which, as women legislators of today, owe our being, because they did not start with the march, but years before the march, they worked in uniting women in the rural areas, in townships and in urban areas. They gathered the views of women and how women of South Africa understood equality, which culminated to the Women's Charter, which was adopted before even there was a Freedom Charter in South Africa. The Women's Charter was before that. These women are the same who inspired the election of women into structures, including at the time in organizations that first could not elect women. I am speaking because I know that women in the ANC were also as a result of the women that were participating in the march. These women were organized, but they went beyond their political confine. They went across racial lines, particularly working with women who were leading, including their counterparts that were elected into the apartheid government. Those women who were there, they also worked with the women that were in politics. If you are doubting this, you must remember who was the first woman that visited those that were incarcerated in the Robben Island. Was a woman who was elected elsewhere, but who was in unity. with other women. But also, you should remember the role that they played in ensuring that the women in academia were included, not only to be counted to be there, but to also assist them in ensuring that the struggle of women is shaped, the struggle of women is also taken from that which has been presented by women in a better way. Some of them, or one of them is here with us, who contributed academically in the work and the shaping of the women before we even started to say that we stand here at this generation. They also included the women that were working who were either disorganized or organized in the trade unions to ensure that no sector of women is not touched. These milestones are therefore not separate to what we are celebrating today. They are deeply interconnected. They tell a story of struggle, resilience, and the unfinished journey towards justice for all. We want to emphasize towards, because we haven't reached justice for all. For as long as women remain vulnerable to gender-based violence, for as long as girl children still remain as headers of homestead when the parents passed, for as long as young girls are still married, which I do not call marriage, to older men who are older enough to be their parents, without them having a choice, but because families decide. For as long as the LGBTQIA plus community is still marginalized and are dying every day of hate crimes, particularly the trans women not being identified as women, nor from what they were given at birth, because that is an injustice. And that injustice at the end of the day affects a woman who is a mother, affects a woman who is a sister, affects a woman who is that woman who is directly discriminated. Of course, a lot has been done by government and legislators, including the KZN Legislature Multi-Party Women's Caucus report that was tabled by Honorable Mandlopa yesterday at the House, which attested that a lot has been done. And it has told us that women, regardless of the lot that has been done, they still face greater chances of poverty and unemployment, which is one of the root causes of gender-based violence. The fact that women still have to depend on their male counterparts, especially those that are in relationships with, even when their rights are trampled on every day, means that a lot still has to be done. When we were having the debate yesterday, the Deputy Speaker also raised one of the key areas of discrimination in South Africa, the financial access for women, be it in women for education, be it for women who are starting business, which is economic emancipation of women, both education and access. These are still a little bit difficult for women, and they remain, therefore, a challenge and a cause worth to be fought united by women. The President has already alluded to the fact that more than 35% of South African women aged 18 and older have experienced physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, and that the risk of lifetime GBV for women with disabilities increases with the severity of their disability. These are women, regardless of them categorized as disabled persons or not. And society and families remain mute when they see them pregnant, yet they know that the severity of their disability will not allow them to have gone outside without anyone. I believe that one of the reasons that society remains mute is because women, especially mothers and sisters, are mute to that, because they still don't want to face the reality that we live with rapists. We bring rapists in the safe space of our children, but people that are in the family who may be our sons, others who may be our intimate partners, but others who are our siblings. We have, as women, not united enough to stand together regardless of who is the perpetrator of violence to a woman. Hence, the women with disabilities and the LGBTQIA+ communities still face high levels of violence. I am not comparing them to the general GBV, but I'm just taking them out of the overall GBV statistics. The 2025 United Nations Secretary General's report on women, peace and security further paints a clearer picture on the realities that women and children of the world are still grappling with. The report says that more than 4,600 cases of conflict-related sexual violence were documented by the UN. Over 60 million women were forcibly displaced, and 10.9 million pregnant and breastfeeding women faced acute malnutrition in 21 countries with nutrition crisis. South Africa may be not a country with nutrition crisis, but I want to say that in all those statistics that include sexual violence, women of South Africa there, and we can't allow ourselves to remain statistics. And this tells us that gender-based violence, economic exclusion, and barriers to justice continue to define the daily lives of women and children, both locally and globally. This poses a challenge that as public representatives, our work must be guided by the conviction to ensure that rights are not theoretical but practical. Justice is not denied or delayed, but accessibility to all, and that equality is not promised but delivered. When we go and represent and come and speak of how many of us are there, are we speaking to this as an evidence? Because we are not there because probably we were the obvious choice. We are there because we are using agency of women. Therefore, the agency of women that we have must cause us to be accountable to women. When we gather here, we must know that we are not coming to promise, but we are doing work, which is why I say that the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, which I have led in ensuring that the girl child in the province is brought into the issues that relate to discussion of leadership. The Multi-Party Women's Caucus of this province has led us and ensured that they bring about councillors, those sisters who live in local government, so that they understand that what we see as the outcome is because of the input. We do not practice gender budgeting, we will not see change. And the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, I pride myself, Honorable Mazova, when you are not there, that anyway, you are still speaking about making collaborations with tenant people. KwaZulu-Natal Women's Caucus has moved from that. They are making collaborations with the rest of Southern Africa through Ddp. I'm saying that when they say in the sector, we must start working with the girl child, and I say that the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature has started that. The first one was done there at Mayfield in the previous term. When they say they want to work with councils, I say you must go to the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of Mandeni, because the Multi-Party Women's Caucus of Mandeni will tell you that we were the first ones that had to be capacitated and empowered on gender budgeting through a collaboration with the KwaZulu-Natal Multi-Party Women's Caucus led by Honorable Siphi Madloba and the collaboration with Ddp. Whenever I mention strides that have been made, we have to include Ddp, because without them as a partner, we may not be where we are. Besides that, sisters and daughters of mine here today, there is something that we need to do. Is there change? If there is no change, as I have read the statistics, how are we therefore using the constituencies and constituency offices that we have when we become members of provincial legislature and when we become councillors in local government? Do we in any way underscoring the need for us to continue the work formally as elected leadership, including when we go back to the people who elected us, who are in our constituencies? Because if we do not do that, we may be ignoring something that I do not want to ignore. Cannot ignore the global context in which we live in. That conflict and instability continue to disproportionately affect women and children globally. Be it in the Palestine and Israel, where we have the occupation, in the Middle East. Be it us speaking or not speaking about the Ukraine-Russia war, how will it be affecting children and women many generations from when it will stop? When we think about women of Sudan and the women of South Sudan, people few years ago have been one nation, but who are now fighting each other on a daily. Women in those areas. Think about a woman who might have been married to a family that now falls in a different country out of the two countries. What is happening there? Have you ever thought of the life of the women in the Democratic Republic of Congo, including the lives of women in Rwanda? You know, Rwanda and the DRC literally have same ethnic tribes, but they are at war with each other every day. So these people might have, like me and my sister here, supported the same football clubs. They might have gone to the same church to worship. But now, when the borders were put in, the same people who have been sisters and siblings their entire lives and through generations have to be fighting each other. They can't be safe when they see another one, because they must first determine which ethnic grouping are they coming from. Thought of how the women speak of Yemen and how women and children in Yemen, besides them being subjected to war, being used for child labor and forced labor, where they still work for free. Have we ever thought about those women? The women of Western Sahara that remains occupied even today in Africa. When South Africa was democratized, it was the last nation. History proves that we were not correct. There are women that are still in occupation. With all that said, have we paused to think about the effects of the war in the Gulf currently? Not just the women of Iran, but all the women of those Arabic nations there, who every day are living with eyes open to hear the sound of terror. I think it's terror when you know that, oh no, this sound is of a plane. Therefore, maybe it's passing. But tomorrow you say it's a plane, you find that it was a missile. Are we internalizing the fact that the struggle of women, because the wars that are fought there are fought by men along economic lines and have nothing to benefit women? The many people that will benefit there, who are women, will not directly benefit. They will benefit because they are lucky enough to be married to someone who has economic access. Including in their discussions when they come to terms and treaties, women will not be part of that, because women are not presiding over these nations that are at war. Women are not even leaders of these nations that are at war. Women are dying. Women are burying their husbands. Women are burying their sons. And children are growing up with one parent others without both. This is the state that we must think of and ensure that while it continues to happen elsewhere, if we cannot be a solution to stopping it elsewhere, but at least we must say that it must never happen in South Africa. We must never be a country of people who are facing displacement from their homes, loss of livelihood and access to education, because that increases vulnerability to violence and exploitation with limited access to healthcare and justice. Imagine yourself. I know it's a very thorny topic, this. Imagine a woman who comes to South Africa without any document, knowing no one in South Africa. What drives that woman? What drives that? There is a person who can leave their country, their community, go to another country. So if we allow also not only violence that is fought out, but lack of justice by not doing the work of representing people, we will be subjecting South Africans to the same in the future when they have to flee South Africa to go and survive. I do not mean fleeing South Africa in the manner that the likes of Honorable Ngobo did, because the likes of Honorable Ngobo at a certain time fleeing South Africa. They left South Africa, but they left South Africa to fight to liberate South Africa. But the women that we may be exposing to war in South Africa will leave South Africa because the war will not be fought through arms. It will be fought by weakened institutions of government, no service delivery, no access to healthcare, and no access to education. And as such, we are today a generation that is seeking justice for women. But I can tell you that we can easily tomorrow wake up being a generation that is meeting injustice to women. When we do not do the responsibilities that come with leadership, which include governing where we are appointed in a transparent and accountable manner, we are meting out an injustice. A house without water or lights is a house that is seeing injustice. A child who is unable to afford to go to school because there is a bridge that has been broken and there are ranks that have arrived is a child that is facing injustice. But unfortunately, that injustice is meted by all of us collectively here, whilst we're seeking justice. Accountability of women who are in leadership and those who have power must start to be made a must be. A woman must be accountable to women. Structures like the multi-party women's caucus must hold us accountable, but also society, be it at church, be it at a level of a stokvel where we gather as women, or else when we are sitting as clans and families, we must make women accountable. We must say no, one of our own first, for us to say no to the next one. Because if we don't do that, the injustices will continue and will gather with the hope, whilst we are not hoping necessarily. We are hoping that I remain here for as long as I remain here. And then there will be injustice. I am saying this because democracy brought us an ability to choose who we elect, but also democracy brought us accountability as a responsibility. We must ensure that we enforce justice through accountability, and we are not apologetic when we do that. In my view, if we do this, we will be giving meaning to this year's theme, which says rights, justice, and action, which was used for the International Women's Day commemoration. Rights, service delivery is a right. Justice is delivering. If you don't deliver, you are not giving justice. But action is when all of us united together. It's my interpretation. Take action against women that are using our own agency for their own sustainability. It means that, therefore, our work through the multi-party women's caucus must be both locally grounded and globally grounded, so that we broaden our approach in protecting women's rights by borrowing lessons elsewhere. This is why the Women's Caucus has been working closely with the Women's Caucus of Zimbabwe, the Women's Caucus of Malawi, the Women's Caucus of Zambia. We are saying, Honorable Madlopa, reach out to the entirety so that we no longer have women who are fleeing their home countries to South Africa, so that tomorrow we are protected by those women from being forced to flee South Africa to other nations. As we reflect then on the 70 years since the Women's March, we also have to ask ourselves, especially those who are elected in position, are we still honoring the legacy of the likes of Mama Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, and many others? We must remember the young people of June 16, who amongst them were young women, who were propelled by aspirations of their collective of the time. They never betrayed their mission. They stood together. That is why today we celebrate 30 years of the Constitution. And we have to never stop asking, are we therefore truly delivering on the promise of the Constitution, which promised the people of South Africa justice, dignity, and equality for all? Are we in any way worthy of being associated with walking the corridors that we walk, the corridors of power that were walked by the likes of Winnie Mandela, Dr. Freni Ginwala Thandi Memela, Fatima Mie, Zanele Magwaza Msebi, and many others who were legislators before us? I think we must ask ourselves questions when we live here about what is it that we are doing as representatives. I want to challenge all of us to ensure that today's commemoration marks a turning point in our commitment to advance rights, deliver justice, and drive action for all women and girls. I know that we all believe that we are doing that, but can we really and truly do that introspection after this? Can we look at the laws that we have enacted and how they impact positively the lives of women? Can we look at the oversight that we perform on how it is providing justice for women? Because if we don't do that, it will mean that you are refusing to be accountable. We will also be making new narratives. In the past, they always said when women lead, societies transform. And when women are empowered, democracy is strengthened. But even when you doubt today, you must know that there's something that we're not doing fine. And a strengthened democracy must also not be seen outside strong political parties. Political parties must be inclusive and non-sexist. They must ensure that women do not just vote and campaign, but where leaders shape policy, take the journey forward, women are not seen. Women must be allowed to lead in political parties, not because they are only supported by women, but because we also win men over support women. The collaboration between men and women works. I have seen it here at Ddp. Whilst the board may be led by women, but at the practical level and where we have the relationship on a day-to-day, we have men, and they have collaborated with us, and it works. So our struggle as women must never be known to be a struggle that is against the women leading. It's a struggle for women coexistence and co-leading with their counterparts, based not on sexuality, but on ability. Women must rise in leadership because In South Africa, we have political parties who make women to rise in terms of leadership internally in those political parties. So that you are not only good for campaigning, you are also good to shape the policy direction of your political party. And this is the only area that I may have a little bit of difference with DDP. When you go to the chapter in the book of DDP, the chapter that speaks about rising of leadership outside political parties, I am saying yes, there must rise of leadership outside political parties. Because were it not the case, we would not have been, all of us in South Africa, few weeks ago, identifying with one Jacqueline Jackson that we've never met. A Jackie Jackson who is married to a man, Jesse Jackson, who was a reverend, but who preached the gospel of equality beyond the gospel of only Christ. Who knew that? You must do that. Because if we say that there must be no rise outside politics, South Africans would never have had Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Because he used that, and there are many more, including in NGOs, who ensured that they stand with us today. But I still believe that political parties remain a strategic place to develop women. Women leadership that will come from political parties will not only be steeped in the understanding of their political party manifestos, but they will be understanding the realities of being a woman who is still oppressed in so many ways, including culturally, yet is working in a free country. Political parties give a base to women to ensure that they thrive, because otherwise, where would we all get the money? Thrive. I do not envisage a Southern Africa that is like the rest of the continent, where many women are unable to go past the first post because men are more resourced than them. In political parties, you can go past the first post because a political party is more resourced than you and more resourced than men. And there are more platforms. I am calling, therefore, for women to join hands with women in politics, wherever you are, be it at the church. Politics is not joining a political party alone. Yes, you might join a political party. There must be equality for the women behind the pulpit. There must be safety and protection of women behind the pulpit. But also, women who get in the echelons of academia, the higher ones, they should not be vulnerable. Promotion should not depend on a woman's allegiance with men and those with power, but it must be dependent on them as who they are. So I believe that as we are gathering here today, we will not only do an introspection, but we'll also be courageous to call each other out, because anyway, we are either sisters or we are either mothers and daughters every day. Beyond anything else, we must do what the chairperson spoke of, revive sisterhood. It is in this way that we do, through the social responsibility and the civic education, to go and teach communities about their rights, because a conscientized society will not allow leadership to thrive and rise. Siyabulela.
Round of applause for Honorable Speaker. We definitely need a break after this to digest the speech or the keynote address by Honorable Speaker. Indeed, we are late. Ladies, we are going to break for tea for 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes. We're going to have a working tea. You go outside, there's the foyer. We go straight out the door, there's a foyer. You grab your lunch, you grab your tea, and you come back. I'm giving you 10 minutes. You must be back at least by 25 to. Siyabonga kakhulu. Just one, two, three. Yeah. This year. When I have had it, see, and I told you to get this. See, yeah. Working time. It's only good. You don't get your but there was a problem with the thing of them there, I thought that they haven't moved organization. Let us see. Yeah, so it's like like the company. I feel so. My photos, somebody yes, sorry, but according to him, so if it's we, it is the same. You would be it's very. I speak on whatever taking shape. We get one person, one visit was in the second. We can visit. Yeah, that's. How question take. You know, and it's just watching that. That was the station. It's gonna be. Smash. So we go to screen. But this is there. It's not saying or just children. It's you know. Yeah, to speak. They get something. They get speak people written. They understand they do. So we get to it's the also the speaker wants to get that. What is the job? So you see which one? If it's so make it tell me. That would be it. They get up and they
Was it right? Was it? Is it clear? What happened there? It's like.
It's very often to do. Different. It gives some beauty people.
Just with some expensive. What's up?
That's why.
You think I must speakers and pushes and our prayers on getting the session. No pushes, say, Bulay, such a fear, Shashabu, no person on my. You know, get there with some speakers now. Okay. God, it's a little present for that. Like that, the people no for it. What's on the past? Or the much not for it, yeah, now.
What we'll do, we will take line now. You use the product mic there. This product mic is a mic stand. You put the mic near the don't you put the mic in the clip on mic. But it would be clean. That's all. Wonderful. Paul, what's your name? My name is not fine. Okay. 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 Educating magic. It's not really about you know, land contact land. Take up a few nights, see when you yeah. I also like so music. I also like so music. There's a tone that. I use a predator thing. Yeah, man, let's go. What's up? If one top intro practice and using doesn't really, then maybe say replace it with us. Right? Speak to it. Yeah, it's a very powerful platform. It wants to make it let it get.
So,
Is that kind of, yeah, that's one.
No, they are going to use this one. It's so probably that. So the only person who's not. They match it.
Two professors are now.
Oh, okay, that's. Okay, so the one, the name is again.
Right, yeah. Definitely.
And so the times splits change to leave and large. That is all. Yeah, like.
act called My Personality Act, which is going to go live this year. And the first thing that they're testing it against is the driver's license. The next thing that they're going to test it against is the social cards. And eventually we are going to have an app on our phones that links all of our government services to us as individuals with digital IDs, with our digital payments, and with access to all of our government institutions. That is the idea. And the issue that I'm asking us all is to please be vigilant about how you give your information out, who you give it out to, and particularly to our policymakers in the room. You have the right of oversight in your bodies to make sure that spending the money where it's supposed to spend the money, but it also ensures that you build a system for the poorest of the poor person rather than the elite, so that you ensure access to somebody in Yipune, in Doni, as well as Tigri, rather than somebody that's sitting outside of our country and making use of the device in another part of the world. And that the information of South Africans are protected to make sure that everybody in this country has access. And the reason that I'm raising this is Black Sat is convening the civil society coalition that is actually monitoring the building of the digital public infrastructure, holding government to account, working with the presidency, working with the digital service unit, and being supported by the UNDP in terms of making sure that this happens and the digital public infrastructure is built with the UNDP safeguards in place. And please feel free to speak to me when you have to. Thank you. Everyone, a round of applause for the If you do have any questions for Ms. Naidu or comments, please write it down. We'll do a session after all the speakers have spoken or have presented, and then we'll take those questions and comments. Now, I'm going to call upon Professor Sembiso Mieni to come to the front, speaking about advancing gender-responsive local government. A round of applause for Dr. Professor. Thank
you so much, Facilitator Program Diet. I was very skeptical to be one of the presenters. And the reason being, it was International Women's Day, so that's why I spent time. But I also reminded myself that the fact that I'm skeptical may be because of my internalized depression having affected me. Then I said, let me just rely so much from the work of Gloria Steiner, who's a feminist journalist and also activist, the one that explained the story of women's struggle that the party belongs to, not to any women organization, but to the collective effort of all parents. So your thing and do what you can truly make a positive difference for women. So I think that's what brought me here. And I understood. I also like the quote where she further said, do not think about women to fit the world. Think about making the world fit. So those are kind of things that makes it to be there. But just in conclusion, Sherry also once spoke that we need women at all levels, including the top, to change the dynamics, shape the conversation to make women's voices are heard and heeded, not overlooked and ignored. I think the speaker covered me to that in terms of the agents of women is so important. So as I was just doing my own internal talk, then as I was saying that maybe I was affected by my own internal oppression. By the way, my PhD was on gender equality. Why from the ones that I did when I'm afraid now to talk about political freedom? I don't know what I'm doing. One of the things always expected is that what is meant to be talked about. Then I went to the life of the work of Anna Phillips to say the politics of ideas and also the politics of presence. Acting for women and standing for women. So it doesn't necessarily matter who will do that, but everyone can. So that is when I started to decide that maybe you should be in a position to make representation. If you look at the concept of representation. So once I'm struggling with the concept of representation, I think I took a historical thought to that, where I started to look at it from the medieval to early modern route in the 12th and also 15th century. You recall that that concept of representation kept on changing with time then, where representation initially meant standing in place of another, more of a proxy, so to say, often symbolic, meaning that a man can stand on behalf of. But as it continues, the struggle then, they started to, during that time, we know that the monarchies were the ones which they were claiming those divine authority or the unity of the reality by that time. But we started to realize the early elements in Europe included representative towns. But the only difficulty at that time was that only the elites were benefiting out of that. We know our list of democracy in terms of where it came from. Then I went on to look at the Enlightenment and liberal democracy period during the 17th and also the 18th centuries, where you can start to look at the work of the law and also ginger was so, but we didn't know what exactly what you are saying. But I think the issue there was the emphasis on strong consciousness. So I think the speaker was also covering that. Once you realize that, what language is to be always remember. But that's strong contract in most cases. It happens from what we call the consent of the government. In most cases, I was happy and what you spoke about. Hegemon was hegemon in most cases, where with the consent in most cases, because without the consent, there is no side. But during that moment, there started to be a period of understanding well, because how they begin. But we realized that the past, so to say, but then continued the expansion of institutional progress separation. That is when they started to have those separated in terms of representation as the international state. So those kind we started to see. I'm trying to be very quick, colleagues here. But with the modern expansion in the 20th century then, and that's when we talk about moment, new dimensions. If we're to look at the concept of what we call representation, which gets beyond electoral mechanism to include the descriptive representation that we're talking about, the politics of present that I was talking about. But even that, it was very, in a sense that you know that very diverse society, you need to try to replace gender, the minority groups is also to be taken into consideration. But as it moved, and I thought for scholars, political science, always be very reminded that victim in terms of this framework in the 1960s, and we started to look at distinguish these different types of representation there. From formalistic representation, descriptive representation, symbolic representation, and also substantive representation. I'm sure that we're driving whatever that we're driving from a substantive representation point of view. But also, again, we cannot leave out that feminism, also post-colonial scholars argued that symbolic and descriptive presence matters for legitimacy and justice, not just substantive policy action. So we need to be able to be guided by rules. So where we are, we're in a contemporary debate of the 21st century. So in the contemporary debate of the 21st century, what is driving us? It goes back. What is driving us? The politics of ideas versus the politics of truth. That's what drives. So, but what it calls for inclusive governance. We start to talk about quotas and political parties. We start to talk about how do we represent the minority rights in our political parties in our space. I think the speaker spoke about the non-cis. If we're to revisit that concept, the South African concept of non-sexism, there's a lot that we can read from it, despite the fact in terms of which political party that can be. But it's something that we needed to achieve program. That is why sometimes I say, when you look at the equality clause in our constitution, it was embedded in that concept of ancestry. So we need to be very mindful of that. It was not only directed to gender per se, but through equality clause can be to achieve issues around race, issues around minority groups, and all others there. So what also means in terms of this inclusive governance, gender sensitive policies, we need to ensure that gender sensitive policies. So in this case, then representation seen as essentially for legitimacy, justice, and reconciliation in diverse societies. So we are in a moment where we need to always revisit this reconciliation. If our speaker reminded us what you have to respond if someone will cross the border and come here. We also need to be reminded of those reconciliations and so forth. So if you were to, if I get here, you're supposed to see my graph. In my graph that I've tried to use, that's the graph that I like. I think we have seen a peak in South Africa when it comes to representation, more particularly in the 90s, when we started to have our first democratic parliament. There was a peak, but all what I want to say, despite that peak, I think one of the issues why I went to gender and politics is because I was so much concerned about the fact that they were focusing much on the national and provincial, whilst leaving the local politics, which was also very crucial in a sense, because you will take that as a school, there's a mentoring taking place, and all that have to take place in that space. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's been a steady increase across the regions. If you look at the data that we had, more particularly in the 1990s, because societies and also countries started to be conscientized about the issues of gender when it comes to that. So you could see that South Africa also started out with sharp progress in the 1990s there. So we know that in Parliament we started to have women representatives, but also very crucial, also having those critical positions, not only soft positions, as we even hard positions. So to say, we recall that women also even had the issues of land, so to say. But then the question that I try to put in my presentation, why advancing gender and sports local governments? So I think there are 3 points I'm trying to cover. One is equity service delivery. So where this equity service delivery should be taking place? It should be taking place in the local sphere of government. Why it should take place there? Because it is the slowest sphere of governance to people. But shapes our daily lives through services like water, housing, health, and safety. So if these decisions are not made with women voices that sit at the table, that means to say half of our communities are left unheard. We can't, if they are not there, not represented, our issues can't be. Let me just take one example in interest. As I work in the space of housing, we always advocate that there should be women representatives who are one councillors, because there's so much that happens there. There's so much power that is also. I'm just imagining from a housing point of view, when you start to look at housing allocation, that might takes place at the grassroots level. If a woman is there, they can be able to dictate sometimes to direct in terms of how even these beneficiaries would emerge on that space, rather than to leave in the hands of men. I'm reminded of Chairperson's sister, who was a former mayor at Josini municipality once, 1996 local government elections. You will see that in most communities, when it came to service delivery, most people, they were building stadiums, isn't it? And those stadiums are no longer functioning because decisions were taken by men because they needed to run away from their house to go and worship God. So those are kind of things that we now say we need to be gender sensitive about certain things. So also other question that we can also run away from this perspective. I also try to look at the global statistics when it comes to representation. Women remain underrepresented in local council and leadership positions. So if you look, we are sitting at 36% global when it comes to only 2 countries, Iceland and Bolivia, who are leading because they are beyond 50% when it came to that. But the rest, 40s, 30s, and so forth, that means to say there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, because if then that work is not done, that means to say our democracy is still passionate. So we need also what we call democratic legitimacy, which is going to be inclusive governance, which will strengthen trust between communities and institutions and making democracy more resilient in the space. So I had one of the comments yesterday that the way in which our democracy is taking place, no particular local government, is more that it's dysfunctional, in a sense that in the next government election, someone has seen we're going to have a lot of warrants in our and it's very frightening to hear some of those things there. So I'm going to concluding. So these are strategies for advancement in local government. I've always been amongst those who are advocating for the institutionalization of gender politics. Why? Because it will encourage and mandate women representation in local council to correct the historical imbalance. That is why then I support that group. The second group that I support is those that they focus much on capacity building, because training women leaders and council members to enhance participation will have an influence in policy making. So some of those things are very important. The also other thing is the issue around gender sensitive budgeting. Because where do we take our budget? Are we directing it to health? Are we directing it to what? Are we directing it to housing? Housing is not only for men. You give housing for men, they will sell the house. But you give a housing for a woman, they will keep the house to raise the kids. So those are some of the things that we experience as we travel. So the also other important thing is the issue around community engagement, where we need to create participatory platforms where women can voice how they ran these priorities, but we will always be informed that an IDP is where they ran these priorities. But I'm always questioning whether are we doing those IDPs on the basis that is more of a ritual. We are always doing it, and who participate in it. And part of the work that we are trying to do, we try to encourage that even those who are not there, but let us use digital platforms for them to be able to participate, because the so-called elites are not only doing their part there. So the last part to this is accountability mechanism. In as much as we give them this position of power, they account. So they need to account. I think the speaker covered me to that. If I was speaking like a politician, I was going to say in my recommendation that I must institutionalize gender equality to correct historical. I was going to say we must build the capacity of women leaders so they can fully participate and influence policy. We must adopt gender-sensitive policy, budgeting, ensuring that resources are allocated fairly, or we must engage communities directly and creating platforms where women can speak and be heard. They need to speak and be heard, not only speak and not heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Previous right, the practice advancing gender, the responsive local government, someone that they could focus on. I'm now going to introduce the last sub-3 or something, number 3. Professor Miles Rudy. She's going to speak about action through leadership, women's influence change. And a lot of applause for Dr. Professor Durban.
Ahmad,
I said all of the joy that is overflowing into my heart. It's not stolen at the end. The song is saying, I believe. When you sit on it, to church, it's not
also the 2 minutes about that.
all the first
Shoot like into my WhatsApp.
it weeds.
That's what I did just as a reminder.
No, the speaker will kill you here. Oh, speaker, will kill the tendency. Sitting time. You know, when you see Dr. Is one with such a very strong. And for those who perhaps may be witnessing a professor sing prior to delivering the address the first time, I do want to say I'm the kind of person who rebels against fragmentation. I consider it evidence of the residues of colonial oppression that as women of color who continue to fragment ourselves when the university bring itself, when at home we bring this one, in church we are refuse. So we are things and expressing ourselves in this way. At home, in my community, and then in class, and so it shall be done here as well as this event. I guess there's someone manipulation.
Yes, there is someone who's manipulating.
Speaking to, I try to keep. You can always tell a lot of basically limit to 10 minutes for speaking, but I'll try. I'm going to be speaking to us about women influencing change, social change in particular, and how women can do this by considering alternative leadership approaches. And the leadership approach in particular that I'm going to talk about is not one that's unfamiliar, but perhaps maybe one that we don't have the language for. But what in the way it's been described, for those of us who are familiar with the language, the way the language has been used, it leaves us not quite resonating and finding it to be familiar. Colleagues, please go to the next slide. Let's get on. We heard from the speaker when she took us down memory lane. She reminded us that women have been leading and influencing social change from the beginning of time, since the beginning of time. And I prefer this. We have some big and dramatic examples of how women have done this. We make the biblical Eve and Mary, the mother of Jesus. The narratives are entirely opposite. But whether we believe in those accounts or not, but we know through them that women have been considered to be forces of change. We also have famous and well-known examples. We have you know how long it took me having a daughter and me wanting to buy her toys that help her to see herself. And that meant if I'm buying dolls, I like dolls that are black and brown. You know, so, and when I was looking for these black and brown dolls, I encountered this doll called Fatima, fully clothed in a hijab. And I learned that she developed, established the world's first university. That's like what it's in school. It's everywhere to my life. So we have that very
If Fatima in Morocco had not established a Muslim school, that became a university, life would become different. Let's not go through all the examples because of time. More locally, we have the women that the speaker referred to, but there are also others that we don't know so well. The history makers, Oma Easy in art. They also came to know of her by accident. These are unsung heroes who was one of the earliest Black women writers in this country and who used her pen, power, the written text, challenge and resist colonial oppression. And this we are going but colleagues, what I'm going to talk about today, the leadership approach that I'm going to talk about today, and certainly the system within which this leadership approach can be found, it finds its expression not just in the famous and well-known narrative of women who changed the world, but in fact, in the less talked about everyday ways that women are changing. These everyday ways include women who are saving lives, one stop fell a day, 1 people a day, 1 period a day. These women who drive gas cooperatives that put on the table in contexts where otherwise this time we've heard that 30 people die from every day. That number would be much higher if it wasn't for women who are driving this grassroots movement. Who can forget about food that we have? The whole days tell us the height of the pandemic, who were going around and taking care at a time when there was such fear, such stigmatization, where everyone, the way the natural instinct was to recoil and self-preserve, and women were going there where angels feared to bread and upholding life and ensuring life was sustained. Colleagues, so we have this history of all of these women who have come before and who are continuing to work, as I said, in different spheres at different levels. And yet, despite that, we clearly see the need to name and define a particular leadership strategy that is women-centric, because we've seen that the dominant patriarchal capitalist system has failed. It was always predicted that it would fail. It was always predicted it is not compatible with life. Patriarchy is not compatible with life. Look at its features: domination and control, competition, me first. We don't even see that in the animal kingdom. Then to know that, I don't know how many of us fellows know that for 97 to 99% of our existence as humans, we didn't have patriarchy, which means it's a feature. So we have to ask ourselves, why did we live all the time without it? Because we are not compatible with that. Right? And we have to say, it's been like for 1% of our existence. It's bringing the what we see is now than ever before in ways that we could never have imagined. I mean, you look at what's happening in America. Every day, it's like sleeping. You know, with double thinking, you have completely overcome your ability to be shocked. You can shock it. We know the statistics that different speakers shared with us, including my colleague who tell us that patriarchy is not good for us. It's not good for women. It's not good for men. By the way, it limits men's ability. I said, nah, I'm the type of person, I'm human first. Then I'm woman, mother, whatever, all these other, whatever. But I said that I rebel against fragmentation. And I believe one of the reasons why I'm able to rebel is because I'm a woman. Men don't have that freedom. Patriarchy does not make room for a man to possess himself in the way that he wants. It's highly prescriptive for women. I never think about how highly prescriptive it is for men. It's very hard for women. It's patriarchy, not for any other women. It's very hard for women, patriarchy, and for women. There is a woman who actually does love men. This is the recognition that patriotism in the short term that has been with us doesn't work. But saying, let's do better than just having these history makers that all of us have mentioned, these historical narratives of women changing lives, living present tense. Let's codify this into an explicit system. And this system needs to speak to a mortality organization of power. If we're talking about leadership, you are in a position of power, right? We need to completely flip and change the way we think about power in ways that contradict and completely disconnect from the patriarchal constructs of what it means to be powerful and what it means to be in a leadership position. We want to organize power in ways that lead us to a better, more just, equal, egalitarian, life-giving world. Before I take you through very quickly through this, now you must be in such suspense because I give you very good and the detail. Before I specify the system, I want to say, when you think about what I'm going to talk about, you need to be thinking, I've mentioned already the patriarchy, and I've said, as the system that's not working for us. But what we need is not to compete, no man within that patriarchal system. But by digging into our own inheritance of femininity, such as the one that I mentioned now, the freedom to take your mind at home, but oh, in the other letter actually doesn't work, which meant we have the freedom for. I'm gonna say this. And to be able to do this, colleagues, we need lead and influence change in radical ways that informed by coherence and congruence. One of the difficult things that hold us back, even as women leaders, is the lack of coherence and congruence in who we are in those positions. So when I began to speak, speaker, when I listened to the different things that she was coming out of, incoherence. You know, when you raise the of that woman who's fleeing her country to come here and asking us, or us to imagine what conditions cause you to leave your country. It's not leave your home, your country. We don't hear that in spaces of this nature because we are fragmented. We don't have this coherence and congruence. We are activists. We are for equality. But we'll also be the first to post and say, I'm not coherent with someone who is an activist for social change. And in fact, the curious is that define the philosophical and ideological foundations for proactive or cognitive roles and actions that we are taking. We don't define it, we just exist in these different ways. And then it must all be anchored. We need an anchor. If you want to know how I've become this younger, identified philosophy, identified and said it to who I am. And it must show up everywhere I go in everything I do from the moment I to the moment the way it must reflect ideology. We are so to sit and talk about women empowerment, and yet at home she has a domestic worker that's paying. Come on, that she's paying. Even in us, that's never enough to take it anywhere. So that same money, the social change agent can just be able to and have all these other things. No, it's that allow us to make this coherent way. Yeah? I tried the oldest. Become coherent of the so it's important to be coherent. Have a particular philosophy and ideology from everything that comes out of me. Please. on caring for the most vulnerable children, the elderly, and everyone else who's impaired or marginalized in some community. And it organizes power along those lines. It doesn't ask the question, when thinking about how to organize leadership, it doesn't ask the question, who is in charge, who should be in charge, how much power, how it's solved. Instead, it's about children safe. That's one thing.
What's up to the son? Okay.
And reflect at it. It has a question. Question such as, can there be love without justice? Can we really speak of a loving patriarchal relationship? Because it's not justice there. So it questions it asks these questions. It is informed or governed by principles of participation, collective action, care, and co-creation, interdependence, and it's very encouraging. Many of these were mentioned in the various presentations, even take up from me. Right? It's just that we don't know that those are matriarchal principles. There is a problem that we don't know it because knowing is more intentional, so that we strengthen those aspects of our governance systems, of our policy-making process, our activity. We are able to intentionally strengthen them so that they reflect this. Policies, IDP, you have IDP, but for us, is it really a dog without teeth, or is infected with different animals, like a mosquito? Mosquito will be very effective because of pain. Is it something that's right? I get police go to my so the takeaway message, police, is that let us work collectively to build a type of leadership that's informed and intentionally identified, cohesive philosophy. And I'm suggesting actually one that represents the type of world that we want to live. We only is a very sensitive invention. You should ask yourself about those other 97 to 99% of the time, what systems are egalitarianism, right? Which is very much like that. Just included. It's not really. So we are going to need to be very specific and international as legislators, as activists, as community builders, as academics, and saying, I want to see these principles that we are talking about. And then I want to see them, not just in trying policy, but first I want to see them in me, my own personal inventory of how I want it. Now I try to identify where there are reflections, where there's ambiguity, where there's contradiction. The Naga is not ever contradiction. In my own life, I define young stress. I want to be the same, everyone. But that's what we need in the world actually. I don't come and hear we are not from.
Thanks, very good. We had our applause last fall. Thank you for that. Women creative change. Thank you so much to our speakers. Please remain seated. I'm going to take a set of questions or comments. Please raise your hand wherever you are, and as colleagues will try and assist each other. Please assist me, and then you'll hand over the next speaker. I'm taking Deputy Speaker. You're number 1, number 2, Honorable Government, number 3, right, number 4. Do you have other questions? That side, number 5. So I've noted all the obvious number 6. Also, Imalis. No more, number 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so when I we'll go in the sequence. Number 1 is Deputy Speaker. Number 2 is Honorable Gamete. Number 3, Red. And then so forth. Yes, number 4, the debate is always around and you have exactly a minute. Take your question and comment. So, thank you so much.
Send an email.
It's amazing. Thank you, Prof. I really am going to be more conscious about the person that everywhere that I go. Hopefully I do, but I'm going to be very conscious about it. My question is to you is, we as specifically as Black women suffer so much from imposter syndrome. And how would we let what you were saying about matriarchy, and how would we use this for us to constantly fight imposter syndrome wherever we go? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Governor, you are Speaker number 2.
Thank you very much. Reverend Bennett. Actually, I want to appreciate the speakers. And I think on my side is the appreciation. And then to ask my son Naidu, when she was talking about digitalization, I heard that you are a part and parcel of the infrastructure and development of the digitalization. I want to ask if your team is considering the very, very rural person where there is absolutely no signal. And are we in what level are we in South Africa in terms of networking to realize this dream of digitalization? Actually going to be a living other types of art and not complex than it's. And the other thing, the last one is about the scams and what is happening around now that is happening even in educated and professional people. How ready are we in terms of cyber security, in these areas that are giving? Thank you. Question?
Which one is the question?
Thank you very much. I appreciate all this because actually, I think the last speaker just some of questions. It was from it was to Miss. But I also want to add on the question that she was asked about. Where South Africa got right? In which extent or in which paper do you guys consider us how we feel about this digital system that you are putting in place? I'm not sure which rights falls under that. But number two, what is digital sphere that is coming around? There's a lot of misinformation that is going around and misinformation as well. How do we break that?
Let's wait for.
We won't take any type of how do we interact
because it will the reds
and then
So, Speaker number 4.
Thanks to all the panel. Mine is not a question. At first is appreciation for inviting us in this kind of an event. And I thought many of us will bring our girl children here because they need to be part and parcel of this as huge of his I did my part. I brought my first daughter because when I read the invite, I showed her, and she was interested, and she asked something like that. Then I said, look at the invitation to me. I told you that my daughter is interested. Can she come? And he said yes. So she is here, and she is so happy. Especially through the speakers of the Madam Speaker and the dog. She is so inspired, and I am inspired. In such a way that I would like this kind of gatherings to go to our places back at home.
if we can gather the children and the women and do exactly what we are doing today, I'm sure something will be good. And we need to emphasize our girl children and ours as well. This thing. Because it's very sad when there are 50 people in the room and make a committee, there's 10 men. All the seats will be taken by men and it's given to them by us women. And then we. Speaker number 5. And then speaker 6 is going to be the speaker.
Hello.
Things that we raised here. I will not take much of your time, Program Director. Let me observe the protocol that has been established in the House. Mine is on Professor Yeni on the issue of balancing with the IDP. I think it's not a question per se in terms of your service delivery on issues that sometimes when you rely on the tool or the model of funding those programs that we believe like your housing in, you prioritize, you establish what needs to be done in terms of your beneficiaries, you identify women who needs to, but you fail to balance it in terms of if funding is not a funding that is coming there from the municipalities, yet abantu affected are from local. Maybe it's something that you should influence moving forward, my policies, and let's go back to the funding model that we normally used to have before, where the provincial government or your national government will direct the funding to the municipality because the prioritization is done at the local level in terms of local government, but the budget is done and up to somewhere else. So now, when that is not aligned, it's also a compromise with IDP. You have the IDP that has the number of targets of housing that you're not going to implement because we are not the custodian of the budget. Maybe in the presentation or influence of the policies that we should champion as women wherever we are sitting in leadership. Here, there is honorable members, the provincial government, and other important stakeholders that are here. We should try and influence that. By doing so, we'll be able to be champion on balancing the IDP. In conclusion as well, Chair, before we start, also, this program that we are having in awarenesses, because we are accepting that GBV is becoming a disaster. And now we are not talking about it in local government. And we are not providing the budget to it in local government. We've limited the resources to champion it. If maybe from here we are busy now with your review of IDP, you take it there. Let us take it there to IDP. You balance it so that you are able to provide budget to our presence or internationally. You can influence it and take it to the grassroots.
Honorable Speaker, you're speaker number 6.
Yeah. Thank you. I think mine is not necessarily a question. It's more of appreciation. I want to appreciate whoever selected the 3 speakers in the end, those who programmed them in the manner that they did. You know, they were saying to me, the Nondembeko that is born of 2 uneducated rural parents is valid as a leader. They are saying to me, the Nondembeko that is an unmarried mother is valid as a leader. There is no part of me that is better than the other. Legally, socially and also in terms of leadership. Now, I wanted to just rise up and say I appreciate that because you also made me understand why I love the democratization of South Africa through the eyes of Christy van der Westhuizen when she is speaking about when we agree on rather than expecting to be a leader that is a woman that is better than in all aspects than the next leader that is a woman, rather it's leader that is authentically you.
If the concern is here,
Hi everyone. I just want to start by, I think, supporting the lady who spoke about gender-based violence as a state of disaster. She said it's become a disaster, but I think we all remember that it actually was declared a state of disaster. And I think the question for me is, okay, I actually went into the website, the government website, to see what does that mean in literal terms for us as citizens of this country, women who are in danger. And it says the certification strengthens the mandates of the respective government departments such as social development, justice, health, police, and basic education to tackle GBV. It actually says the classification will allow for expanded access to shelters, safe spaces, social counseling, and community-based prevention programs. And for me, I think the question is, where is all of this? I remember the other time where we actually had a state of disaster, we'd actually have family meetings where the president would address us to give us updates as to what is happening. I don't know if anybody in this room can actually show us where all those shelters are and how people actually do have access to them and whether we really do know what that means. And essentially what we're saying is that not in an accusatory manner, but as women, we don't want to be pacified. We want really action and we want the impact. And we want to be addressed and updated, similar to other state times when that has been done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Good day, everybody. Everybody okay? Yeah, thank you. My name is Kapanda. I want to thank our leaders for bringing us here, Hansworth as part of DDP. For me, my comment is not really a question, it's more directed to spokesperson voice and the multi-party women's focus. So when she was speaking, she spoke about how the first annual focus was held in Mandela. Is that the fact? You mentioned Mandela? Yes. She did, right? Yes. Okay, I'm from Mandela. And what I wanted to speak about was regarding accountability and service delivery, right? We still have parts where we do not have running water. That's something everybody knows. It's not something new. And we know that the government's commitment is every week they'll bring a truck for water. But you know that doesn't happen regularly. And we find ourselves with kids having to go to dams with dirty water and things like that. And my question always is, where are we going as future leaders or current leaders? What is the service or the accountability of the service delivery on that changes where we are putting children in danger and the human rights in danger by not delivering the services that we are accountable to the people, right? So I think that's something just thought that I would like for my leader and first of action to take into account that whatever we fail to do, we're not impacting only ourselves, but the next generation as well. Secondly, this one is not for me, it's from the lady behind me. She's nice. But I will ask this, I'm sorry. What advocacy programs are implemented to raise awareness against the rise of human trafficking rising from the social media that affects the place?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My question is for Bosch United. So you spoke about access to justice, you spoke about social media, and you spoke about literacy, right? I'm going to pose the question to the general public and say,
How many people know what the Films and Communications Act is and what it is there to mitigate? How many of you know what the Cybercrimes Act is and what it is there to mitigate, right? Now, we do have the acts there because the government has tried to mitigate the injustices that happen on social media, right? But when these acts are being put into play, you see them published in spaces like the government gazette. How many people know where to go to find that information? If the information is about social media, why is it not there in the media for us to see? Do you think that we have enough coverage in terms of making valuable information available on social media platforms where people are going to benefit from it just as much as people are able to find this information? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Naidu, we're gonna start with you, then Professor Megan. Yes, Professor Zunchi.
Okay. Just first of all, I think I would just clear the air. Black Social is not government. Black Social is civil society. Okay. So we are sitting on this collective and convening the collective to hold government to account in the way it builds its digital public infrastructure. We are coming in through the perspective of the rural, of the vulnerable, of the marginalized, of the elderly, of the illiterate. Black Sash is not doing it alone, we're doing it with a collective of people across South Africa. Experts, we are the experts in social security, because that's our forte. We monitor government service delivery, access of pay points, and access local offices in terms of their applications. We're monitoring the digitization of that aspect. We've got partners that are monitoring the social relief of distress grant. We've got partners that are monitoring free basic services. We've got partners that are monitoring various other things and looking at home affairs. We know if nothing humbles you in this country, people, try to almost the things there. But those are the things that, so that's the collective that we're working with. The UNDP, which is the United Nations Development Program, is working with the Black Section and our collective to support us with the technical expertise to be able to hold government to account. I cannot sit in a room with the digital services unit because I don't understand what digital public infrastructure is. And unfortunately, I couldn't get a chance to take you through what that means because we ran out of time. But we are also building our own capacity as the collective to understand so that when we sit at presidency and when we sit with the builders of the infrastructure, we can tell them what Bobo, who cannot, when I leave town, I can't even make a phone call because our infrastructure doesn't allow for that. 30% of our people in our country are living in rural areas. The national average of coverage is about 78 to 80%, but that's not really true in practice because we know it dips and it goes up, it dips and it goes up. How many of us have had PPTs in our cars that we're trying to go somewhere else and you've gone to literally pull over in order to hold the infrastructure and the network connectivity doesn't allow you to do that. So the push that the Black Section is doing is that we want the public infrastructure to be built for the most vulnerable. Because if you get it right with the cost of living for the most vulnerable, then the elite will always be able to have access. And if we get this level right, everything else goes into place. But the issue that we're always monitoring is accessibility, but it's protection. As you said, there's a huge rise of scams out there. The first people that are targeted are our social grant beneficiaries. We are also dealing with the clientele life, who are trying to get Gogos to now give them the policy money for funeral policies. For funeral policies, we know they take their own funeral policy. So why don't you sign up with this brand now to do something that you don't even understand? And it also comes back to the other issue, the question the other lady raised about what is available. How many of you on your devices pick the terms and conditions in order to continue using your there you go. The information is there, guys. It is that you are not reading it, but also you need to find things from we as my people, as the attorneys, dropped in such a way that it is too consuming for you to be able to be. So we've got a volunteer organizations like Black go out into communities and we advocate about the fact that you should be asked about your digital rights and whether you want to move to a digital system. We know all social beneficiaries to come to have benefits, not because they want you to. Bobo wants her biometrics. She doesn't want to go to a bank and an ATM. She's afraid of the ATM, but she's not forced into this government made it happen. So yes, we are on the forefront of advocating for that. We are on the forefront of escalating those issues to the powers that be, but also as a society, we only can go so far, and then we have to litigate, and litigation also comes at a cost. So those are the issues that we also deal with. In terms of the issue around human trafficking, the Department of Justice has an amazing program, guys, around human trafficking. They actually run workshops in communities about the issues of human trafficking and the impact it is having on our young girls in our communities. So anybody that's interested in the issue, please contact them. They will be able to make arrangements. If you can bring the people together, they will be able to actually come to you and run workshops for you. So anybody that's interested in that, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Naidu. Professor Bien.
I want to respond to another mayor, but I will respond in a more brutal way. I'm sorry to put it like that. It's because you are touching on a subject that is very close to my heart. As we know that I'm in housing. I've seen that at a local level, it's very neglected. Why are you saying it's neglected? Because the white paper in housing, it's very clear that the municipality should be developed. But you go to municipalities, they don't even have the housing allocation policies to be able to address the issues of the violation. Where women, it is all kinds of coming from. But we tend to have a focus in terms of how the budget is flowing. That she has to flow. But in entrance sense, if you look at that portfolio, you are the one who's controlling the budget, not the entrance. Because for you to pay the service provided, it's paid by the municipality, it's not the national. So for me, I think municipalities need now to go back and start to revisit that portfolio. One, that portfolio is very important because it gives an asset, housing as an asset. Housing is an asset that is very rare. But we need to commend the government of South Africa the way we get that. Where can you get that asset for free? And sometimes it becomes very disappointing when the asset is given and it's sold very easily. Most recently, I'm not quite too sure what the subsidy quantum, but somewhere around close to 200,000. But someone given that money, go and sell this asset for 20,000. Then what will happen? Because the government is not only giving to you as an individual, they are giving to the family. What will happen to the next generation that will follow? That is why then I'm saying I want to challenge municipalities when it comes to this. To start to revisit that portfolio. What the national government and also the provincial government has done is yes, open in your IDP or chapter 4, is it? Where you need to define what exactly you do and how to do it. But at the same time, as I'm saying, you don't have any housing allocation policy that would be very specific. I've tried to look at housing allocation policies with the things, but it's very difficult to get. The only way you can get is when you start to interview people. How did you get your house? Who was consulting your production and all other things? Yeah. I think the policy gap there, we need to be able to address that. It's also something that is very interesting that the speaker was not a question speaker, it was more of a comment. I think colonialism is the case we do a lot of harm to us. In a sense that there are a number of things which are hidden from us. I don't want to say for us to be able to identify, we need to understand yourself. That's from that we face this. I think all of us as we are here came for a mission. But you know that mission that you came for. Some of us will depart from here until when we have not yet even able to finish even that mission or even to start it. And I ask myself, how are we going to account for the other world when we have not been able to do your mission here? So now, you grow as a woman. I'm not trying to criticize this. You may find that your mission is not going to be a wife of someone.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then-
So that's done. That's right.
But by the time you leave, you find that there's not that same thing in the life, because we have failed to identify what you can hear. So I think we need to start revising. Just to conclude with that, I think I've just been learning in the last few days that for instance, patriarchy is never good for African people. In such an extent that when I try to educate my students, I could say for an patient is concept of power. And start to understand what's the power. I normally make an example in my class. If you don't come to class, that means to say for the power because I cannot have a class. If I also don't come, that means I also have to exercise my power because I don't have a class. It means everyone is the power. But it depends how you use the power. Since I normally say power. And some of them, they're using it in a more positive. This is why we'll always, you said something very painful, speaker, that we should always use to mobilize, in most cases. I normally have a problem with what you call partisan politics and also territorial politics, or partisan representation and territorial representation. You find that a man, a woman, is capable enough to lead a particular one. But what they will do, they will start to look at the competitor. Who's going to be the competitor? Then they will say this woman is not going to face this competitor. Now they are taking the particular interest now, isn't it? Without interesting that, isn't it? So those the things that you will find that are embedded within our societies and communities where we are, because patriarchy in actual sense, as I'm saying, the way patriarchy is threatened. It's going to be like us. Again, I needed to say earlier, those who have been able to call me, maybe they needed to hear more about how patriarchy is reproducing itself. I think there's a paper that I once wrote about how patriarchy reproduces itself. But using the very same power of women sometimes to reproduce itself. So we need to be very careful about some of this. There's something that the other commentator that just spoke about, that sometimes we want to elect people in leadership position, but the very same one what we do. Say, no, I'm fearful of doing this. Then take those positions under women. Those things are very important because mentoring is very important and powerful. Because mentoring, what it means is that you take someone, you grab someone with your hand who's never been exposed to something, then you train that person until to a point where you are satisfied that that person can be able to do something. But because patriarchy has came between us to divide us, then you find that that exercise becomes very difficult. So that would be my contribution in relation to that. But closely, municipalities are invited there to start to look at their power way to look at it. Because it is there. Then
thank you so much. Thank you. Prof. has touched on one of the responses that I wanted to give to your question, that was being done. Thank you for your question. If the facilitator had been generous enough, we would have wanted to start with a question. Because I considered tricky as a collective societal level strategy. And I was still going to talk about individual level strategy to get the kind of leadership that we want. So thank you for servicing that. Anyway, the pleasure loving. And I'm saying that you are not interrupting people. You're doing what I want. And so the question was how to address imposter syndrome. It's so real. It is so real. And it stays with you even as you grow. It is also trying to maintain its grip. What I propose is the kind of individual level investments that we need to make in ourselves as women. Firstly, include a very intentional focus on our interior life. This is something that we neglect so easily, particularly as Black women, women of color, because we grow up negotiating life under such concrete physical survivalist circumstances that we are not taught, nor is there room or time for living an examined life where we think about how am I developing? How am I developing? How do I think about myself? We just grow. We think that we're intentional about growing with the body. And the back part of the brain, but not the front part of the brain, which is the prefrontal cortex, which is a site of executive function. How we think of ourselves, how we feel, much of it is here. But we're not given those tools. So now I'm referring to what I'm doing in my life and in what a lot of us are doing in my sphere. We're intentional about cultivating this interior life. And what that means is we are looking and taking up tools that help us live and examine life, where we understand how we are growing and we are able to even understand the patterns. If there are moments where, and we don't believe it because we don't believe that there are moments I am grateful because yeah, right. But I will go and examine and I will ask where did that come from? Yeah. I'm privileged enough to have access to different types of therapies. I found long ago by these Western types of therapies were not taking therapies not good for Africa. Those therapies, well, there's a lot to it because they individualize what is collective. Individual trauma, collective trauma, they individualize it. But so the first thing is cultivate that intentionally. And that means you have to use that. We have to know ourselves, understand where our fears, our moments of low self, where they come from, what informs them, and how can we interact with. But also we have to, so to make us see that, but also we have to see us. We also have to know, so we have to know ourselves, but also we have to understand the system around that now it's producing that imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is an invention of the therapeutic system. Because of its emphasis on productivity, competition, it locks you up. It necessarily has to lock you up in this constant, I'm not doing enough, I could be like that. I could be. So when you compare yourself, it is part of syndrome, you won't be able to. Look at that one. That is a version of capitalism and patriarchy. It provokes the appetites that will allow that system to function in our lives, rather than to cause us to turn inward and think more about this or that better, the things that will take beyond this life. So we have to understand the Then the last point, which actually mentioned, I wanted to say, if we want to deal with imposter syndrome, particularly among women of color, we have to address the issue of mentorship, but not in the fashion we've been doing. Mentorship needs to be institutionalized. The way you even refer to, wow, we have to be mentored. Do you know how late I got a mentor in my life, my career? I got a mentor very late. I wished for one, I desired one, I didn't know how to go about getting one. But if you institutionalize mentorship programs, it means wherever you are located, when you take up a position, a mentor is offered to you. At the very least, a menu of mentors that says, these are the mentors in this space. Because mentorship, my sister who likes to say, Actually, you cannot impose membership. You cannot impose it. It's a negotiated, it's a relational project. So there's gonna be some choosing. But we can't be left to choose for ourselves and find out who do we go to. Then if in your place of activism, in your place of work, you had a mentor, and that mentor was trained.
Yeah.
Because now mentorship will be trained. Tinaga University, we know very well the importance of training. That's a system that for a long time just relied on individual talents and to teach if in the way you are talented or the way you think you should. That for the longest time that was the case. You supervise the way you should. It took time to say we need to codify. It guidelines. It's that these are supervision, these are teach. So we need to do the same with mentorship. So must he institutionalize? Going around institutionalize, why is it not? Let's seek out mentors. We are never old, even myself, I think I'm very old. I'm getting forward, I'm going to be dead because my kids so ancient. But I'm still thinking, I found a new mentor last year, right? Because I'm growing and I outgrow mentors as I grow, right? And I had invited as a consultant in my project, and that's what I said, hey, whether you need to mentor. You need to mentor a retired woman with a lot of experience. So we need to also cultivate and identify the success.
Can you please give our speakers a round of applause? Of course, you finished everything today. But I'm going to challenge you to go to, when we go to lunch, that we continue this conversation. And also challenging the leadership of DDP, that when we go to, we also have these conversations, because it's very important. So preparing women for the European. So the first representative. And now going to call upon Ms. Kutabiyes Mtsimi, DDP Associate Facilitator. She's going to do the call to action summary of key takeaways and the commitment from women leaders to champion gender equality in their communities. Ms. Mtsimi, over to you. Sicela sinikane ithuba sisiyabenda nje ngizamile manje ngisibambe isikhathi. Fanele. Give each other just 10 more minutes before I allow the speaker will focus as for us is running. Just please, police. What's it about fun? What's it about fun? What's it about fun? I feel the world. You can take about fun. What's it about? Sanbonani, good afternoon. I'm so honored to be standing in front of such formidable women. I think today has been a testament of what happens when standing is sword with a few clips. So I think today we can agree that in this hour, these hours of sharing space with women leaders, community representatives, and stakeholders, in order for us to engage in meaningful dialogue on advancing the safety. So and advancing the safety rights and leadership of women and girls. I believe that this afternoon, this morning, we've explored three themes, which is promoting safety for women and girls in a very complex world, highlights the urgent need for stronger community, collaboration, prevention strategies, and supporting systems that address gender-based violence and create safer environments for the woman and the girl. The second being rights in practice, right? Nothing for us without us. Advancing gender-responsive local governance in KZN and internationally,
which emphasize the importance of translating policies into real action at local government levels. The discussions today highlighted the role of municipalities, community organizations, and citizens in ensuring that gender equality is embedded in planning, budget, and service delivery. It's not just about man versus woman. This needs to come through in our policies. It needs to come through in our activism. It needs to come through in our communities in the way that we grow when we see women at the heart. Today we witnessed women leaders reaffirming their commitment to champion gender equality and women's empowerment in government and community. And I think that we can all agree on the importance of partnerships between government, civil society, and community, as we saw, and academia, in order for us to address gender-based challenges. There's been a strong call for practical local action, as grassroots level is where it's at. That's where you see the change, and that's when you see how women in politics, how other women evolve in their daily life, to ensure that our rights are protected and promoted. Today, we strengthen networks of women leaders committed to driving sustainable and inclusive change with the help of our beloved men. And I hope that we leave here with a renewed sense of purpose, collaboration, and commitment to advancing gender equality and creating a safer, more inclusive community for women and girls all over the world. I didn't put my hand up for a reason, because I know I'm gonna have time. I think I was saying to a colleague of mine that really think of the opposite of patriarchy. I think it is humanity. In everything that we do in servicing patriarchy, we forget humanity. We forget Ubuntu, we forget Sizana, we forget Bambisana. And unfortunately for us women, we forget each other. So let us not forget each other. Let us walk out of here holding our heads held high, knowing that we've got incredible, formidable women leading the way for us. Thank you.
We went to school together. We had a seminar routine at school. It used to be very chaotic, but for some reason, our leaders always let us lead. So thank you so much, colleagues. I think I'm going to invite Honorable Majoko, the chairperson of the KZN Part of Defense Caucus, as Osvalela speakers to introduce the official vote of thanks. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I responded to progress. Maybe before getting closing remarks, bengizocela Feya dadewethu ucele from Mdluli azosenzela i-vote of thanks. Asibongele ngoba le partnership le iyakhula, le partnership esinayo. I-UKZN dadewethu uZondi selokhu saqala ukuthi sinikezele umsebenzi we-multi-party women's caucus as the chair. We always fight. Namuhla si-invite nomkhaya uProfessor Kuyeni. Sike sathi masingomuzwa sathi owesilisa nje sathi hayi we need to know umsebenzi wethu siyalofisha isupport nakubantu besilisa masihlangene kanje ngiyacabanga ukuthi Dr. Paul usejabule kakhulu tholiwe lakhe uProfessor Myeni aseze umdede lakhe njalo nje kuzoba khona eyintweni kodwa siyayisibamemele different things abasuke bezoza bekhona. Ngiyajabula mangabe uspeaker ebonga ukuthi hayi bathathe laba bantu ngoba siletha cream ngabi multi-party women's caucus. We believe ukuthi amakhosikazi ka-1956 ngenkathi eMarch akekho wayesele People were coming from all the walks of life. That is why today, uma ngabe sikhona, siyayisifisa ukuthi wonke ama-sectors of the society, abe nathi nama-civic society. Ngilinde njalo uMayor ngabe oh, yeah. Mayor, partnership, we want them in the local level to strengthen the multi-party women's caucus. Because this multi-party women's caucus, sifuna ikhule, it must grow. Civil society, that way to talk. Now we want to work to expand the civil society. At the moment we are working with DDP. If Black Search is us, then you are us. So we will always work with civil society. Religious sector, you are us. So
Siyabonga kakhulu ngibingelele Chairperson caucus ebaluleke ngikhuluma ngabantu besifazane, multi-women caucus, multi-party women caucus. Siyabonga ngibonge ku-program director okade esidirectela uhlelo. Igama lami nginguMbali Maqele wabanthuli. Okwami engizela unane kakhulu kuthiwa angizobonga, kodwa naphambi kokuthi ngibonge ngiyafisa ukuveza ukuthi I learned a lot from the panelists. Kusuka ekuseni from amazwi esivulele ngawo umfundisi osikhumbuzile ukuthi simi ngamandla kaThixo asisimele ngokuhlakanipha kwethu. Neyindlela esizihambayo sizihamba ngamandla kaNkulunkulu. Dokotela oke wakhuluma including with finances, which is something that is affecting us as women. Usibona sesidependela somewhere else, which is a result of GBV when we are dependent somewhere else. So I want to touch on this, on that one. Bese okukhulu kungasimosha isikhathi sakho Chair. Ngiphinde ngibonge i-theme that was established somlomo namazwi oke wawathatha kule 2026 International Women's Day, right, justice and action. Somlomo has told us very well ukuthi yebo khona esikwenzayo kodwa we are not doing it enough. Itanda kakhulu ke Somlomo because mina I grew up under you. She was the first chairperson of the ANC Youth League where I come from at home at Ugu, and the last one. That should tell you something. Akazaphinda abe khona wesifazane. Kwaqala ngaye kwagcina ngaye. Why? So Chair, you touch on ukuthi as women, there's nothing wrong about us. There's too much power on us that we are not using. You reminded us that so long. And as this house and this plenary, with these multi-parties, we seated there at the corner. The chairperson taught me very well that a chairperson who speak, and while she was said my chairperson, when you is to remain in the masses. So she always delegates me to those to remain in the masses. She knows the work that she used to give to me to remain in the masses. That is why I was there speaker. When you seated there, I'm sitting with other parties that are there, not in my party. They were appreciating yourself, Somlomo, when you were saying Inkululeko was not only for a particular party, but was for every woman. As the Pumalanja are educated enough to go to talk about this 50-50, that is not for one party, it's for everyone. Wakulula even everyone. She who was leading that. So we want to take this partnership to local level. Because this partnership cannot be in the provincial or national alone. To implement it right, it must go to the level. It must go down there to deep rural areas. who is there is local. So all of us here, honorable councillors present today, let us make this our responsibility to come up and request help to go see these women caucuses in our local municipalities and invite help. The House has established a process and we will do so. So I appreciate our council definitely as we are going to approach the budget approval for the next financial year, so that we have a resource to implement this. We will incorporate this program. And all of us here as councillors, first legacy, we know it's towards the end of our term, but we must leave the legacy for those who come in to proceed with it. With those words has been said, ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu program director indlela osishayelele ngayo uhlelo dadewethu siyabonga kakhulu Mbalenhle Bamkhize siyabonga sibonge kakhulu osuvulela ngomkhuleko Mambili siyabonga kakhulu sibonge Dr. Paul siyabonga kakhulu sibonge also chairperson the opportunity Mama usivulele yona. We appreciate it a lot. Siyabonga kakhulu ku-speaker wase-legislature Mama Boyce, deputy speaker wase-legislature Mama Tembe, Honorable Tembe. We appreciate a lot the panelists as well that was led by the professor as well who was part of it, Mama Zonti. We appreciate a lot as well as the Professor Yen Siyabonga, Sibonge Unaidu, who is also was part of the panelists. We appreciate a lot, and we also appreciate everyone who has been part of this gathering. We have all learned sifundile, we are going to take it as a fundile to the local level, and also siqinise ukuthi le multi-party women's focus iyasebenza nasekuqaleni lapho siqhamuka khona emakhaya. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, the Mayor, for thanking all of us. Mina ngifuna ukubonga wena, thanking you. Ngiyafisa when we close this gathering, I want also to thank you, all of you. Ngiyazi ukuthi abakwa-communication ibona abangabongwanga. Be-legislature nabe-DDP abakhona la, because ibona abadlulisa umsebenzi that we are doing as multi-party women's focus. We want to thank the panel. When Black Search talk about digital rights, barriers and the barriers that we are still facing, especially the girls and young women. And particularly abadala abano 45 sisho laba abanofita abakwi-fifth floor ubumbani nosindile lapha laba abakwi-fifth floor ku-west ngoba ngilamise la ku-fourth floor kone sinabo lapha mangase basufise napha ngiyababona nje betshele laphayana futhi kunzima kwi-digital, you know, digital rights. Siyabonga kakhulu. I think we will pursue. There was something that was raised around the girls. You could see in the gathering like this, why do we leave our girls behind? I think this is a valid point that we need to take into consideration. But I must indicate that when we started in the 6th administration, we even invited abantwana ababa grade 9. So we invited people with expertise on the STEM. If we are talking about the STEM, we talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So because female or young girls, they are scared to enter in those fields, we invited people to motivate them And we said we are going to monitor them to make sure that they are growing within that. I think our role now as multi-party women's caucus is again to invite those young people. It was not only girls, we also included the young boys, because we want when they grow to understand that whatever they are pursuing, they must not discriminate each other. They must work together to achieve whatever they want to achieve as young people. So we are saying we are going to invite them, but the challenge was that at the time we make invitation, we just focus on the municipalities, because as we are talking about young girls, when the multi-party women's caucus at a local level is active, they will be in a position to identify the school, to identify the teenagers, to call them and have workshop with them and hear them, what they are saying, how they look their future going forward, because it can't be the people on the 1 floor that must decide. So we are going to look at that one. It's very important. We are going to work on it. And we must indicate also that Professor Nyeni, you were so excellent, sir, in regard to the issue of local government and how must we do as a women, to try and work together to promote each other going forward. So, and then you left with us something that we must suggest: strategies for advancement in local government, and you tabulated them. These strategies that you tabulated for us as multi-party women's caucus, we want to assure you, when we sit, we will look at this report and the presentation that has been made here. I am going now to the last provision that we're giving: repair fragmentation. I like this one. Professor Zulu. Repair fragmentation. Konzululwa sihlukaniswe kube nalokhu nathi implanning yethu singakwazi ukuhlanganisa izinto senza lokhu ngakuyunivesithi. So we really appreciate, and you left us with the principles of matriarchal leadership systems. Those principles that you left with us as multi-party women's caucus, we are going to look at them, because they talk about so many things that are you can always things and refuse, the issue of pull head down syndrome. See now my challenges, I want to say, as we are working together, if you see one woman, there's a problem, we fight. We as women, I think we need to correct that, because if a person is given an opportunity, it means to say you are also on. So there will be so many women that will partake in most of the programs that we are doing. Indlela ihhovisi lakho lino-deputy speaker elisupporta le-committee le-identify abantu abazophethe. So you did make an impact as panelists that were here today, and you speak up Jabule. How did you select these people? So thank you very much. We love you, and we invite you again. Last year we were inviting other sectors. If we are not invited, we are working in the activist legislature led by honorable boys. So all the committees are active, as you see, multi-party women's caucus. Ngiyafisa ukubonga bonke abantu multi-party women's caucus. Let us join hands. Let us go forward. Think about and what brought this platform of transparent. In multi-party women's caucus, KwaZulu-Natal sisebenza ukukhamba the political parties. Sisebenza ngokubambisana, you can see laphayana they can make and release it because we want to go forward. I want to invite all of you. Sesizophuma uzobemezela ukuthi siba-invitela emngcwabeni kuthiwa lidlule ngasekhaya kodwa ngoba la si-professional uzokubeka kahle imbali. But thank you very much. Ukukhona siyabonga kakhulu. Njenge-multi-party women njenge-legislature yaKwaZulu-Natal, lino-chairperson weboard, Dr. Siyafisa ukuthi siqhubeke sibambisana. The distribution that you gave us, besibuka ngithi ey'koleni zangakithi, can we get this? You know, because it will really assist abantwana esikoleni. Besihamba no-speaker, no-general,
Sure.
if we're carrying this, like, the best parts abantwana bethu because
Just
rights together with responsibilities, because most of are talking about rights, but not the responsibilities. Dr. Ryan, thank you very much for doing it. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngibonge udadewethu uManai. Sebebaningi ngoManai. So we have got the secretary of the legislature. We are very confident. That's why multi-party units focus. As it's going to say, it's our stuff and then I confuse it. When we start to understand, it doesn't make so big. It's true.
But the princess is for the
Singakaboni sisacela uku-invite la phambili sizoqala ngo-Professor Umyeni. Sisuka naye ekuhlaleni. Professor Umyeni sisuka ngani eNkanyana? Bela kuSindi waseNkanyana. Awubona abantu babizele. So uke sisuka kanjani ngani. Okay, someone talking about associations as multi-party leaders, more part of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga kakhulu, sizocela ukuthi sicele udadewethu uNayi, hayi uNayi wethu. Dadewethu sisibambisane emsebenzini nginokushaya letter dadewethu our strategic partner Dr. So one day they introduced any material. Dr. Paul, Dr. Thanks very much for the strategy. We were very empty, quite good. The time I placed put in part and I
Sir. Sukhulumisa abantu besakholima. Because we are in the middle of that.
that way, you have your different and young children under the kids all in the surrounding citizens. Thank you. Ngisacela umeya Nkosi Ngasebenza nobeya laphana ngisahlala ngisakuya kuyosebenza sokugcina. Ngisahlala kusekuseni. Into kaThelele. Ngisahlala nawo Nesikwana.
Yeah.
No, thanks much, Chairman. Another applause from everyone. So coming and dedicating to your time. We know many of you come from far, but we make sure that you are here today, Siamwa. To our delegates, there are vouchers that we're going to receive. And you can just walk through the door, Suraksha, and Amanda colleagues will assist you with the vouchers. But with the honorable members, all the speakers, and the councillors, please come forward for the report. And then so as this is how we shake their mouth. Oh, everyone, please.
Who's everyone? No, I'm speakers and the FPLs and yeah.
Members.
KZNCC. KZNCC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
But all the delegates, there are tickets, there's Suraksha, and Amanda, can please staff Maharaj's assistants remove these front tables. Please make sure that you take your bags. And let the front to remove the front tables. Dates,